Thank you so much, Mr. Mudiba. Do you perhaps have a written presentation of all that you have now submitted to the Commission?
I have an operational plan of which it won't take the same version like the presentation that was made by the National Commissioner. I was talking solely from the operational plan. How that those are the postings at which strategic points. So that is what I was trying to highlight.
Yes, I would appreciate that the extent might not have some of the things that you have alluded to. May I request that you also can a statement that repeats what you have now stated to the Commission? And of course, it can be accompanied by the plan that you say is available. Understood, Ntate Mudiba?
In fact, the evidence and submissions before the Commission point to the contrary.
Thanks, Commissioners. I do hear what the legal official advocate is saying about General Asane. Maybe he is on the platform, maybe he will clarify himself at some point. And also, Kenneth Muliwa is here, who was on scene. All what we said was that we will not allow, like I said, alcohol generators and all other tools of trade that are not food to go down. What I'm aware of is that food, water, instant porridge were allowed by police to work. But of course, on the first day when Kenneth Muliwa deployed state at those various shafts to prevent miners from going down, people that were around there, they ran away. What they had, we didn't know what they were doing. All we know is that they were going down. So that stopped since he deployed this state deployment. But at some point on the 12th of November, if I'm correct, he had a meeting with the committee where they raised their concern about the people that are hungry and so on. And he agreed with them that no, let's allow sufficient food to go down. The issue was they don't know how many people were there. And they said, I think one of the committee members down, which they came with a figure of 4,500. And from there they started allowing food and water and instant porridges to go down. But there were those that still took chance to want to send down your other stuff, contraband, like your generators again and other stuff, which they were prevented from doing that. And to show that the figure that we were given, probably people wanted more supplies so that they can then stay down there. We were given a figure of they are plus minus 4,500 people down there. But at the end of the operation, people that came out was 1,800 something, not even closer to the 4,000. So the position of SAPS is we did not prevent, but I think General Asane will have to verify himself. I'm aware, yes, that there were courts that there were court orders, but I would at some point, if we agree, allow our legal official, Major General Natswai, to also allude to those court orders in terms of what was said in terms of maybe interpreting those judgments.
Thank you for your response, Commissioner. But my concern is still that the answer that we're getting is one that is premised on what SAPS is alleging to us, right? But like I've said to you before, there's 2 court orders and then the Major General's submissions, his oral submissions that he made at this inquiry. So these are not questions that we are now just throwing out of the air. These are based on submissions and evidence, i.e. the court orders themselves. So the first court order, like I stated, took place on the 1st of December. On the 3rd of December, there was a contempt application where the state entities were found to be in contempt. If I'm not also mistaken, that particular court order on the 3rd of December also was a variation where specified timelines were given for when food could go down into the mines. So unfortunately, I don't think the assertion that you're making now is going to land with the inquiry purely based on the evidence in front of us. And like I said, the Major General's own submissions. So it becomes quite difficult again now to accept the assertion by SAPS that in fact a tactic to deny provisions or health, constitutionally mandated provisions, unfortunately isn't one that I can accept based on the evidence. So I'm going to bring it back to you again to state that then, based on his submissions and the fact that 2 court orders had to be established to force SAPS to allow people to receive provisions. And I want to be clear, and the Commission is not going to argue that, in fact, SAPS should have been the one to provide the provisions, because the court also addressed that in their order. But the fact that there are 2 orders that say that SAPS must make sure that they don't disallow people from providing aid or provisions down still exists. So the submission and the presentation, unfortunately, factually, cannot be accepted. But if there is someone else who might be able then to shed clarity, maybe the Major General himself, on the statements he made, we would accept that as the inquiry. But I think, unfortunately, like I've stated, it's difficult to accept the denial made by SAPS when in fact there's evidence that suggests completely the contrary. So I think I'm going to still be standing on this point until we get a response, because if Major General Asenang's assertion is correct, the follow-up question is, under what legal authority then would SAPS have had to use a starved-them-out tactic? And so I think that's the line of questioning I think you can expect based on, like I said, the evidence before the Commission.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioners. May I propose maybe that the person who was operationally there on the ground, Colonel Madiba, just again maybe explain himself as to what happened, and thereafter the legal official, then General Asani can then come, and so that we hear what is. General Asani, we were not there. We just got the reports, but I will not argue on his submission, but rather let's see what Kenneth Madiba is saying, and then let's see what the legal officials say, and then we bring them on General Asani if the commissioners agree, so that we can exhaust this question.
I don't want to exhaust this question too long, but I'm very happy with the proposed suggestion, but only if they can speak directly now to the submissions and the evidence, i.e. the 2 court orders that I've made reference to. I would like to then please hear those submissions.
Okay, thanks. Thank
you, Commissioner. My response on that contempt, I will just go straight into the court order in relation to contempt. I want to refer you back on the 12th. As I said, it was unprecedented that the food could go down, which the community leaders, they asked that I allow the food to go underground, and which I did. The court was not there at that time. It was out of courtesy to say, okay, let the food go underground. And then they themselves, I asked them a question as to, shall we determine how much food and what type of food must go underground? Then they listed everything that they wanted to have underground, which I agreed. Then as days goes by, they wanted to still send food. And then I asked them, how much food do you want to send? Because remember, in the beginning, we agreed, we made a determination from your side. You put the determination, the number of food, whatever the type, which I agreed. But then let us keep it that way. Then they felt agreed on that. Then now they approached the court. And then there was a court order there and there. And then in the court order, because there was some day where they came with a court order to say the police must allow the food. When I familiarized myself with that court order, it was mum as to what type of food must go underground, how much food must go underground. It was just solely say the food must go underground. Then I had a problem with that. I said to them, can you still determine what food, type of food you want to let go underground, to send underground, and then how much? As we did in the beginning, that was my position. Then they were agreed with that, and there they filed that that concern with the court that I was denying them to send the food, regardless that notwithstanding that there was a court order, which I didn't have a problem. I said the court order is ambiguous because it does not determine what food and what type. That was my position. And then the outcome of my action when this matter was brought before the court was that there was a breach, which was understood in that regard, because my concern was just the determination as we have been doing, and then even though the court was mum on the number of food and the time, that was my main concern. And then from the food, whatever that they wanted to supply underground, I did not have a problem after the court intervened, because then it was a misunderstanding from my side to say, okay, that's why I was not able to let more food to go as we have done in the beginning. So that was the misunderstanding there, although my point was that it was ambiguous. Then after the court order of contempt, and then the food was allowed to be supplied underground without any inherence.
Colonel, I'm happy to accept the ambiguity of the order, but I think my concern is let's not focus on what the order specified in terms of what could go down. The fact that there had to be an order that specifically states, and I'm going to read it to you now because I've got the order in front of me. 3.1, the respondents are to, within 2 hours of the court order being handed down, allow community members, charitable organizations, and interested persons to, in an orderly manner, to provide humanitarian aid, including water, food, and medication to the artisanal miners trapped underground at Shaft 10 and 11 of Bafokeng's mine. So it's not a question. The question right now isn't about the assessment on how do we make the determination of what is the appropriate amount of provisions to send down. That's a secondary question that is still coming. But the main question is the fact that then you still had to be taken to court to enforce the fact that SAPS should not be allowed to disallow aid to come down. And I think that is the concern, is that we're not speaking about the provisions just yet. It's the fact that SAPS had to be taken to court twice. And if I'm not mistaken, there's also a constitutional court application. I'm not quite sure on the outcome of that particular application. But the reality is that SAPS had to be told by the courts to allow aid. So that suggests already quite clearly to this commission that aid was not being allowed down. That's a very simple text reading of the order, because it speaks to allowing people to be able to provide aid, not that the state itself should provide aid. So I don't want us to shift on quantities right now. I want us to speak to the reality. And I'm still not getting the answer as to how this tactic comes about, because, like I said, General Artisanal has made his submissions and he has stood by them quite vehemently. So how do we get to the place where you are taken to court for disallowing people to bring down food twice? And I think let's not shy away from the fact, because the reality is, on all the submissions we've received from whether it be the Center of Applied Legal Studies, Lawyers for Human Rights, Makua, all of their submissions speak very clearly to the fact that SAPS was not allowing aid up until the court order was granted. So I think let's not shy away from that fact. So if you're unable to answer this particular question, I'm very happy then to have it move over to Major General Artisanal, who then stood by the actions that took place at Stilfontein, and maybe he'll then be able to clarify what he meant by the fact that we will continue this practice, it will not be stopped. So I think that is where the Commission, unfortunately, is not going to be able to accept the assertions being made by yourself right now, because there's evidence to the contrary, and I don't want us to keep getting stuck on this point, but we do need a clear answer. How do we get to the point where you are taken to court twice for not allowing provisions down to underground people who are trapped?
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe I can imagine that when the community leaders approached the court of Makua in that manner, it could have been that after the first day when the food was allowed, the leaders from the community side, they continuously wanted to lower the food, which I had a problem that you asked that on the first day, because there's illegal miners underground are weak, so we're going to request that you allow us to supply the aid, which I agreed. And then even on the day after that, the food could still be lowered. And then they continuously wanted to have the food go underground. That's where I had a problem. I believe that's when now the court was approached with that court order that resulted into contempt.
Colonel, I'm just going to ask maybe then that we maybe potentially hand over to Major General, because I think at this stage we're getting caught up in contradictions, because we're having one assertion being made on one side, but we've got, like I said, the evidence to the contrary. So I think someone's got to speak directly to this decision, because again, the question becomes, even if there's a question around how much of the provisions could be sent down, what specific SAPS national orders or instructions then permit that permit the foreseeable deprivation of food? Because even then, the question becomes, how do you make the assessment of what's too much food and what's too little food? What was the thought and the rationale behind that? And what, team effort came up with that decision? But again, before we get there, we still need to get to the fact that there are two contradictory statements coming from SAPS, and we would ask the Commission, we do need clarity on that. Because like I said, unfortunately at this stage, we're only going to be working from the submissions and the evidence before that. So I think it might be best, and if the Commission is allowed, that Major General Asanang then maybe come and speak to the submissions he's made that contradict the submission that's just been made by the National Commissioner, if that is in order.
Thanks, Commissioners. I ask that Major General Ramarana join first, and then thereafter General Asanang. There is a noise quite echoing from your side. Not sure, it looks like there's more than one instrument on. Okay, it's better now. Thanks very much. We'll take General Ramarana and then Asanang. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, yes.
Major General Ramarana.
Okay, just for, it means we then have to ensure that both yourself and Major General Asanang will then take the oath of affirmation before we proceed, so that when you change and we go to him, we don't have to start again. So may we just have your full names and record?
I'm Major General Ramarana, CBL Ramarana.
Your age?
I'm 50 years old.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation.
Do you have any objection in making the affirmation?
I have no objection.
Do you regard the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I regard the affirmation to be binding on my conscience.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If there is so, please raise your right hand and say, I do affirm.
I do affirm.
Thank you so much. May we have Major General Asanang before you proceed. Major General Asanang.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. Are we able to see you?
I'm using my phone now. I will try to increase the the picture.
You can open the camera.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. No, I'm not caught in the beam. We must be careful what we say with our mic.
Are you able to open your camera?
I'm trying to. Commissioner Pinana, I'm struggling with the camera, but I get somebody to help me.
You struggling, Major General?
Yeah, I'm trying to make the camera a little bit bigger.
Are you not in the same room with the other colleagues?
No, I'm in Northern Cape.
May we request that all those that are in different spaces, the minister, the general, the colleague that has just come on, just open up your cameras. We just want to see in the different spaces where you are. Technical team, is it possible to broadcast all of them at the same time?
They must just put their cameras on. They must just put their cameras on.
Is it possible? It's not possible.
Commissioner, it's got to happen on their end. They've got to put their cameras on and then they'll pop up on the screen. Commissioner, I think she's speaking, but it's muted.
You're muted if you are speaking. I thought that she was speaking to us. Maybe once Major General is struggling to open up his camera, maybe let's proceed with the
Commissioner?
General Asadi respond now.
Okay, let's proceed with him then.
The reason why we're requesting that you are all on camera is because you recall that each one of you has either taken an oath or an affirmation. And once you're on the stand, you cannot consult. I think this virtual platform is just making it very difficult because we're not following now the rules insofar as proceedings are concerned. So it is seriously compromising the proceedings. So can we have everybody then on the screen? And can we then agree that there is no consultation whilst you are on the stand until you finish testifying? So we no longer see you, General. You're the only one that's missing. We do see Major General, but I think we just missing if you can move the camera a little bit so that we can make sure that General Masamula is also before us. All right, in the meantime, once we try to do that, let's have Major General Asane. May I please have your full names on record?
Commissioner Prince Kopolan Patrick Asane.
Your age?
59, 7 months.
Thank you. Is it the oath of affirmation?
Like before oath, Commissioner?
Thank you so much. Any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think the technical team is still working on just having everyone on the screen. In the meantime, Advocate Ngacho, you can proceed with the problem.
Good morning, Major General. It's nice to see you again. I would like to proceed from the last submissions you made when you were before the inquiry in person. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we do have it on record where you stood by the notion of making sure that effectively people would be starved out, or illegal miners would be starved out of mines, and you proceeded to state that it was a position that would not be changing. What we find now is that there's a contrary submission being made by the National Commission suggesting a denial of provision of food being sent down. Now, based on your previous submissions to this commission, you stated that that was going to be the protocol going forward. So we would just like to get clarity then, based on that that position, who in particular authorized that particular position, name and rank of that official, so we can then begin to unpack where the decision-making was to stop people from receiving provisions that were then effectively court-mandated on the 1st of December 2024.
First, Commissioner, your position is incorrect. That is not what I said. I listened to the presentation of the National Commissioner. I did appear before the Commission on the 3rd of October. I first responded to the questions that were given by the Commission. Then, right at the end of the presentation, when I was asked by the Commission to clarify the strategy, I said our primary focus was not premised on stopping food and water, because that seemed to be the assertion by the Commission. And I made reference to other items that were confiscated, including alcohol and whatever. And I said, if the rationale and the concept of the operation was to make sure that no further illegal mining takes place, then it would defeat the objective of the operation if we continue to allow those equipment that the miners were using. But at no stage was the primary objective of VALA or of the operation to starve the miners. I was even asked to comment on the apparent statement that was made by one minister and the president, and I said I am before the Commission to explain the SAP's position, operational position. So at no stage did I, like it was said later, because I saw that even in Daily Maverick, that I stubbornly said the tactic was to starve the miners. So I deny that assertion, Commissioner.
I do hear your denial of it. Unfortunately, I think it's one of those things that I will have to then arrange to get from our minutes to ensure that we've then captured you correctly, because even with the Daily Maverick, for example, making that article, that's not any information they would have received from this inquiry. We don't engage the media like that. So if there's any sort of any statements that were made by yourself that were captured by the Daily Maverick, that's what the Daily Maverick would have captured. So I think then it makes it concerning that not only the Commission remembers that particular position that you took, but it was also then publicly stated in a newspaper. So again, this is why I wanted you to speak up to that position again, because it was one that you vehemently were saying that we are going to continue to do. And it was recorded and it's on record with you stating that. So that's why we keep going back to this question of who gave the order when it came down to the operational planning around how we're going to go about either retrieving people out of the hole or bringing down provisions. What sort of advisories were given before any decision making was taken? Because the reality is that whether or not SAPS's presentation states that, you're denying the denial of provisions and food down to people. And again, please be very clear. The Commission is not speaking about alcohol and other prohibited substances. We're talking about constitutionally mandated rights, right? And we're speaking to water and food. Because there are 2 court orders that state that SAPS must not stop people, the reality is that SAPS stopped people. I think we can't run away from that because you all have these court orders in front of you. So there would be no need to have taken SAPS to court and received court orders if SAPS was not stopping aid from reaching the bottom of the shaft. So I think we've been stuck on this question now for a while, but no one's willing to at least accept the reality. The facts are before you. There are 2 court orders. How do you then, with the court orders in mind, still say no food was denied if the court is ordering you to actually stop that particular action? Can we please get a response to that?
Maybe before the legal people talk to the court order. Again, Commissioner, when I appeared after my presentation and when I was asked questions, I said the following, that at no stage, and I still vehemently stuck to my previous submission, I said at no stage was the objective of the SAPS to starve people. And what I said can also be put into context, into proper context, because after this assertion, I was even then challenged to say I cannot make that assertion because people died as a result of this particular tactic. And that's when my response was said, there is not even any medical evidence or proof to say the people who died as a result of the actions of SAPS. And that is why even Colonel Mudiba was clarifying when this started on the 11th, the 12th, and the people that came underground, and I said it in my submission with all due respect, commissioners, to say most of the corpses that were retrieved were in an advanced state of decomposition and skeletal remains, which, according to the medical experts, the pathological services, showed that indeed these people could have died long before. So at no stage did I contradict what is now being said. At no stage did I say our tactic was to starve people. So I said this to clarify, to say the objective was to stop this illegal mining from continuing. And that is also what is contained in the presentation of the National Commissioner. At no stage, and I hear what the Commissioner is saying about consulting the note, I want to believe this was being recorded, and I still say I never said anything to that effect. That's what, when the Commission was concluding to say, we stuck by our position. And I said, I also stuck to our position as SAPS. That is my submission, Commissioner.
All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to move from this question, but I think I would just like to place on record for the commissioners to note that we have contradicting views on the issue of whether or not there was a denial of provisions made to the people who were stuck underground. I will, however, further highlight to the commissioners, because it's in your bundles, the reference and the court orders that actually confirm that a judge had to tell SAPS to not stop people from receiving aid. So we'll move from that premise. One of the questions I'd like to now ask is, when it came down to conceptualizing the protocol or this operational plan of bringing people out, what other sort of life-preserving alternative methods were considered? And secondly, in terms of the consultation process with other relevant stakeholders, what meetings or gatherings were had with regards to this particular issue, now that we're also working from the understanding that, and this is also something that SAPS has also established, is that we're working with a syndicate, right? So within syndicates, we've got people who are hostages. We know that there were at least 27 children that were then taken out from this hole. What particular protocol was put in place that also considered life-preserving methods in order to make sure that people got out safely and provisions were handed down? And if those other options were not considered, what was the actual final protocol that was considered, and can it be shared with the Commission?
Commissioner, I'm not sure whether we have moved now. Are we back with the National Commissioner or Mudiba? Because earlier on it was indicated that I only came in to clarify what I had said.
I'm very happy for the National Commissioner to now answer the question, because I think we're now speaking to the actual operational aspects of VALA UMGODI. I want to understand the considerations that were made, so I'm very happy to take my response from the National Commissioner, but we will still be revisiting the question of the state denial of provisions at a different stage, and I think we'll also then look through the actual recordings that we have of that particular interaction. But I'll take my answer from the National Commissioner. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners. Maybe before I respond, we agreed that we're going to allow our legal official to explain which way should we go now.
She may proceed.
Okay. General Anton.
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps I should give clarity with regard to the litigation regarding this matter, as well as the issues around interpretation of the relevant court orders. Chair, I think we need to put the whole issue of the whole interpretation of court orders into context. The first application that we received as SAPS was from a group called Society of Protection of Our Constitution, which basically lodged an application seeking an order for government, including SAPS, to provide emergency disaster relief to trapped miners, including food, water, medicine, blanket, etc. Also seeking an order, which is the second part of that application, for the extraction of miners from shaft 10 as well as shaft 11. Now, this application was heard on an urgent basis. It was heard on the following day, which was on Saturday, around in the afternoon. With regard to that particular judgment, the court did give an order for the community members to be allowed to provide food as well as necessary emergency disaster relief. Now, the matter was postponed to the, I think it was postponed around the 19th of November. And from the hearing by court on this matter, the application of the applicant was dismissed. I will provide this committee with both the first court order, the application, the first court order, which was an interim, as well as the final court order of the 25th November 2024, whereby the application of the Society for Protection of our Constitution was dismissed on the 25th of November 2024. Then on the 1st of December 2024, then there was another application by a team called Makua, whereby they basically submitted the same application, substantially the same grounds of agency as in the previous application of the Society of Protection of our Constitution, alleging that, but on this one they added Valfontaine Gold Mine as well as Harmony Gold Mine. Now, in this application, the court then gave an interim order ordering that the application be postponed to the 5th of December, and that but in the meantime, in the interim, from within 2 hours of the court order, the community should be allowed to proceed to give a charitable organization an interested person to allow in an orderly manner to provide humanitarian aid, including water, food, and medication to the trapped miners underground under Shaft 10 as well as Shaft 11 of the Bloemfontein mine. Now, on the 3rd of December 2023, Makua then approached court because that's where now I think Colonel Gudiba was indicating that there was issue with regard to the limitation of, because they were submitting food in bulk to the trap miners. So the police were still allowing them to provide food and water, but because they were providing them in bulk, that's where there was an issue. Hence, on our presentation that was done by the National Commissioner, if you look under 7.1,
respond to the legal team, and we have the legal team respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, hence, I indicated that we need to put the whole application into context. The first application was to say, because it was basically compelling, apologies, it was compelling the government, including SAPS, to provide emergency disaster relief to trapped miners. And this is also what the court order of 25 November 2024. Basically, they dismissed the application to say, as SAPS, we don't have the mandate and authority. That is not our constitutional mandate to provide food and water to the miners. However, it allowed charitable organization to continue providing food for the trapped miners. Now, I don't want to speak from an operational perspective because that's where General Asaneng as well as Kenan Mudiba will come in. But from the very beginning, when this operation started, SAPS have been allowing, I think we will also be able to provide a document to prove that since the starting of the operation, how many food was provided, what is it that was provided to the miners at the shaft. So from the onset, SAPS has been providing food and water to, as well as essential service items to the miners inside. But they wanted it to be the responsibility of the government or the SAPS. Hence, we are saying it cannot be, it's not in line with our constitutional mandate. Hence, the court then took provision B of their request to say, the community and charitable organization continue and provide them with the relevant items that are necessary. So that is basically, hence I'm saying that should always be done in context of what was the original application saying, how did the court arrive at that conclusion, and what happened thereafter. That's where now the issues of the limitation came into context to say, but if you bring in bulk, then it is defeating the whole purpose of Operation VALA. However, we also agreed once the court has ordered that we should not put limitation. Then we were in agreement and we were amenable because we wanted to also ensure that there's a protection of the right to life and the protection of health. So hence then we allowed that they should be provided with necessary items, but we were avoiding issues of unnecessary items such as petrol as well as diesel, and because it will allow or it will promote the continuation of illegal mining underground. Thank you, Chair.
So the question was more on the stakeholders that were engaged for SAPS to take this decision. So it looks like SAPS worked alone in this. Am I right to say that?
I will allow Kenan Mudiba to respond on the operational issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to as to whether other stakeholders were involved, in the beginning, when this process of supplying the food underground unfolded, it was SAPS on the ground. Then when the main extraction of the illegal miners started, all the other road players were involved. Those the other departments that were mentioned. However, during those early stages, the Department of Health was always on site. But as to what the decision in that regard of the supply of food, it was monitored by SAPS. And already there was food that was sent underground. And then as we work with the intelligence on the ground, and then of the intelligent information that we got was that the food that had been sent underground was being sold to other illegal miners. So that's what informed us to limit the amount of food that was going underground. But then we still allowed food to go underground. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, as I hand over to my colleague now, who's going to continue the questions, I'd just like to place two things on record. Firstly, SABS has presented to us a presentation, right? And they speak of a context, but the context does not seem to take into account the orders of the 1st of December 2024 and the 3rd of December 2023. Despite there being original orders that precede that one, the reality is that had there not been someone stopping food from going down, an application and an order confirming that would not have to be granted. So I am unfortunately not satisfied with the response by SABS because it doesn't actually take into account the factual matrix. And secondly, I'd like to then place on record, based on what we've now just heard from Colonel Madiba, SABS unilaterally took the decision to limit provisions. That decision was taken without consideration of stakeholders, without consideration of the vulnerable groups that we've identified in the previous sitting, which is children and those who are being forced underground as hostages. And even though there was a discrepancy between the number of 4,500 and 1,008 being the actual figure in the end, the reality is that a unilateral decision that doesn't actually consider the situation underground was not actually taken by SABS. And that is a huge concern given the outcome of actually what happened in Stilfontein. And lastly, even though DHA or Department of Health was on site, there was no engagement about what is the healthier option or the best option for people who are underground and dehydrated. So based on the submissions from SABS today, unfortunately, I don't believe that it's satisfied to prove how, in fact, they did not breach any human rights, given that there's two court orders that they can't speak to. We keep squirreling around the question of what it is that we were trying to send down and the amounts of it, but not the reality of the fact that someone had to have stopped them before a court order was actually then handed over. But I'd like to hand over to my colleague, who will then further the questions, but I'd like for us to proceed with those two issues in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my job. Mr. Modise, over to you.
Commissioner?
Oh, maybe before then, before you take over, Mr. Modise, Advocate Nato, you recall that Major General Asanin had something to add. Maybe let's give him that opportune time and he can still engage if you will think it will be sufficient. Over to you, Major General.
No, thanks for the opportunity, Commissioner, because I didn't want us to move and leave what Advocate Neto was saying not clarified. Because the reason why I raised my hand was when Advocate said even Major General Hassanin considered that there were minors and weak people. That's not what I said. And I don't want my testimony to be taken out of context. It should be understood that I said, and it has always been the position of the SAPS, at the time when this operation started, all we knew as SAPS and after consultation with other key departments, your Home Affairs, your Department of Minerals, all we knew was that there was illegal mining taking place in Dr. KK in Stilfontein in particular. But we did not know how many illegal miners, their nationality, their age, and so on was taking place. And then, as and when the operation proceeded, and some of the miners started to resurface and whatever, that is when we were, as the police, confronted with the information that some of these illegal miners were themselves minors, young children. And that's when, in consultation with other relevant departments, your social development, your health, we did the verification, and like the National Commissioner has said, Once also their nationalities came to our attention, we engaged. So at no point, and that is still what I'm saying, at no point was the decision to restrict or limit the supplies or the tools of the trade taken on or with the knowledge that there are minors or there are weak people. This contention of minors and weak people only comes to the court, first by the interest group, secondly by Makua. They are the ones who go to court. And it was not part and parcel of our operational decision from the beginning to say we are targeting minors or we have knowledge that there are minors. So that is why we are putting it into context. We have clarified how the court decisions came about, and we are explaining. At no point, even when the rescue plan was developed, even before court said, as far as we are concerned, no police is going to go underground. And at all times, it was these people who are involved, who were taking people underground, bringing them up, because they had been doing that even before the operation started. So there's no way where it should then be said, Major General Asane considered that this decision was taken with the knowledge that there were minors, there were weak people. That information is information that was put before the court, and as the court came to the decision that it came to say, if that is the argument, then SAPS allow limited supply for those that are weak so that they can be able to come out. That is how this thing happened, and I wanted to clarify it before we move, because it will be said tomorrow that it was put and it was never challenged. That is not correct. I submit, Commissioner.
Thank you, Major General. Advocate Macho, do you feel that you need to engage the Major General further?
No, I don't need to engage the Major General any further. I would just like to put on record then that just based on his submission, though, is that the only time that the SAPS actually started to engage with other departments was only when people started to resurface, because based on the submission made by the legal department, Colonel Modima unilaterally made the decision to limit provisions. So again, I just want to make sure that we're working from that understanding, because now, based on the Major General's assertion, only after the fact that it becomes clear that minors were also in the mine did we then have to consider a new game plan. But I think I'll leave that to my colleague to unpack what the new game plan was and how we came about it, because to this moment, we still don't have the clarity or understanding as to the entire protocol or program that was actually put together to actually then resolve this particular issue. But I'm just placing that on record and I'm handing over to my colleague now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mrisa, over to you. Okay, we do have somebody's hand up. Can we
That's correct, Chairperson.
It won't be a repetition of what has already been put on record?
No, Chairperson, it's Keremuti.
Yes, Kana?
Yeah, I want to respond on what the advocate just said now, that I made a unilateral decision. Every time, whenever the decision was made, we had these community leaders that were there from the beginning. There was a collaboration between ourselves and them. Whenever anything they wanted to go underground, they were able to bring it to me for a thumbs up, which we worked all well like that all the way. So it was not a unilateral decision. I remember at some stage they even made, when they brought this food in bag, there was a diesel among that. And then when I showed to them as to, but this is not what we agreed upon, they said they apologized on that, but then the diesel was not, was since returned back. But then I want to emphasize that there was always an agreement with the community leaders that were there initially. And then I also want to emphasize on that from the beginning, the Makua NGOs, they were not with the original team that was always there with us, but although they also pitched up at some stage. But then there was always a discussion before anything of supply could take place. It was not a unilateral decision.
Is it documented, Colonel? Is it documented, those meetings that you had with the different stakeholders, the communities that you have referred to?
There was always, what happened is the community leaders would come on the day in question to say, this is what we want to do for the day. We brief each other, even after the process of the day has been completed, we would go and debrief. All what was documented was the food that was going under, not the discussion, because we just discussed that these are the events of today. It's going to happen this way. Then we agreed, and then when they start supplying the food or bringing the food on site, then record what was coming on the site.
Thank you, Mr. Mlise. Over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to start briefly with this question to, I think, General Masemola. But General, you are not. You can also perhaps, allow your colleagues to respond to this question. But I'm just directing it to you, not necessarily that you should respond to it. I want to understand the Operation VALA. Before it began, was there a human rights impact or risk assessment conducted prior to commencement of this operation, knowing that there are human beings underground, there are people who may need food and all that? Was this assessment conducted? And if so, is it available to be shared with the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. There would have been intelligence assessment or report to indicate in terms of the scale of the problem, in terms of illegal mining, in terms of that indicate where it's happening, who are involved, and what are they doing. Communities were complaining. You know that, especially in the West End, communities have been harassed and they have been shot at, their properties have been robbed, stolen, some been raped. You remember the incident of gang rape in one of the offices in the West End. So there was an assessment that detailed that. I can mention a lot of communities which were affected, especially our whole West End, our Rotiport. So a lot of communities were affected, and with the assessment also indicating that there are these groupings that are armed, heavily armed, actually not just armed, that are shooting amongst community members. So it is a problem. It was the intelligence assessment that was done before this operation was started with a group. Even now, as we speak, you might have seen last week the acting Minister of Police and the Premier of Outing, they were in some settlement called Store in the West End, where they were being told quite harrowing action. So yes, it was not, the assessment was not related to self-funded, it was national assessment in terms of the magnitude of the illegal mining and the type of people that are involved in that. and hence then the operation was started with the view that let's go and arrest these people and bring them to do arm them, which it did happen, yes. A lot of them arrested, there was engagement, there was shooting amongst them in police. There's a lot of them that lost life in the process of shootout with police. There's also police that died out of these shootings. You remember 2 detectives at the Rudy Kuro that were shot by minors. I'm just giving a snapshot, it's not all. So that yes, there was such an intelligence assessment that was that was done that then prompted the start of the operation. Thank you.
Okay, so General, what I understand from you, you only compiled an intelligence assessment plan. Was it really a human rights impact assessment plan that was put in place?
Well, I cannot call it human rights assessment plan, but it was an intelligence report that described the magnitude of the problem. Yes, human rights of people have been affected. For example, if I talk about where the settlement Zamimbilo is, there is a communities around Zamimbilo settlement in Joburg. Those communities sometimes in the middle of the night, their rights are being infringed. They are shot through their houses and people got injured, they can't move freely. Yes, it wasn't specific a human rights assessment, but it impacted on the human rights of communities that are staying in areas where this team of illegal miners are operating, which endangered the society and the rights of those communities that are living there.
Okay. Again, you can proceed, General.
Yeah, maybe I can allow some of my colleagues to. It's an Ebondo side commission, like a strong echo. I can allow some of my colleagues to allude to that, but yes, the human rights of communities have been affected a lot in this regard, and it is still, as you speak, being affected, even if I moved a little bit from Stelfontein, because it's not solely a Stelfontein problem, it's a countrywide problem. In Pilgrim's Rest, communities there and their animals are in dire problem where some of these legal miners, whatever chemical they use, they flows into the rivers. People and animals that drink that water are being affected. So yes, human rights are being affected. Not that the miners' rights don't get affected. They are humans, yes, they do have rights. But they were impacting or committing crime which impact on the human rights of communities that stays around the areas and still happening. As I said, we have seen last week we were in Western, myself, the Premier, and the Acting Minister of Police. I will allow maybe General Hassanin to say something to that effect. Thank you.
No, thanks, General. Thanks, Commissioners. Commissioner, when I also appeared, I explained precisely what the National Commissioner is saying, that before we conduct our operations, because we are guided by the Constitution, we do what is called an intelligence threat assessment, not specifically that it is termed the human rights impact assessment, but intelligence threat. Now this TRA, it is all encompassing. It takes into account all the factors into consideration, including human rights and other rights. That is why, Commissioner, even in our presentation and when I appeared before the Commission, I even said that even these illegal miners are treated in accordance with the Constitution, but also when we realized that some of them themselves were victims of human rights, not by the police, because in terms of our law, minors are not supposed to be exploited. I even made mention of things like human trafficking and referred to the commission to say, we even engage these consul generals to get to the bottom of this thing. That is why even now the National Commissioner mentioned our involvement and membership of regional and international police agencies. So we looked holistically into this. Yes, in our operational plan, we don't have a particular subtitle that says human rights impact assessment. I know that that is the mandate of the commission, but we looked holistically into this, guided by the Constitution. Not only that we treated them as a commissioners, we are even saying those that were ill were taken to hospitals. We looked at other issues that have a bearing on human rights. So at no stage did we then this thing. But when we compile operational plans, we don't have a subtitle that says human rights impact assessment. But our threat risk assessment is all inclusive, like the National Commissioner is saying. And that is what I explained before the commission. I submit, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to also establish from Commissioner whether the tactic that was implemented by Colonel Mudiba, was it approved by National Commissioner to limit food that was going to the miners who were underground? Thank you.
No, thanks, Commissioners. When we do operational plans, normally, the National Commissioner or the Deputy National Commissioner do not dictate or manage each and every element of move that is happening on the ground. We give a framework of the operation to say we have a problem of illegal mining in these identified areas, so go and combat it. Then the operational commander will go and do his work. On the ground, he will make his own decisions based on the situational analysis that unfolds in front of him. So I don't approve everything that happens at the ground level. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we then have to accept, Commissioner, that the strategies or tactics that were implemented specifically at Stelfontein were not pre-approved by yourself? These were tactics that were implemented as and when situation turned around. There was no prior planned strategy and tactics that were said to be implemented, before this operation would then commence. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I do indicate that, yes, I don't approve tactics on the ground. It is a situational and it depends on the operational commander on the ground. What I'm aware of, what he reported to us, is that, the lowering of food has been happening a long time before the cost came into being. And we have records to that effect where it showed how many food, what went down there to the ground. So, I just wanted to explain that. Thank you. Can you want to say something? Wow.
Yeah, on that, listen to what is being said about the tactic. It was not a tactic of not allowing more food to go underground. As I said earlier, that the food was allowed to go underground, and upon having the information from intelligence, with those that were already retrieved from underground, that the food that has been sent, that was sent underground, it has been sold to some of us, and then in most cases, were made to work with the same food that you have been lowering. So I cannot call that a tactic. That's why the limitation of food came in, to say there was enough food that was sent, and then, of course, with what intelligent information is that the very same food has been sold or made others to work for those individuals that were controlling the food. So I cannot call it a tactic.
Thank you, Colonel. I just want to take it further with Commissioner Masemola, whether before the operation began, did you have an approved objective plan of this operation? Because that would subsequently, tell those who were going to implement, the plan and the operation as to what extent would they be operating, and what is it that would limit them, and they'll be operating within the confines of this plan. So do we have that plan? Did the SAPS have that plan, that approved objective? And if that is available, would that really be shared with the Commission so that you may have sight on that?
Well, thanks, Commissioners. It will be shared with the Commission. Normally, there is a national instruction that goes, which we call NCCF instruction, and there is operational plan that they've drawn. However, policing is dynamic, is fluid. There is no single strategy that the top management can convey to an operational commander to say, when you are at this place, 10 left or 10 right. Commanders are empowered to take decisions on the ground based on the situational analysis that is unfolding in front of them. We have to take into consideration, as much as now we know there were children down there, there were how many people down there in the mine. Before that, nobody ever knew how many people were there and how many children were there. And the objective has always been stop the miners to go down into the ground. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, one question that I would really want it to be ventilated upon here is, would SAPS, and this is not a question which requires a yes or no, but you can further give any inputs if you want to, but would SAPS, because of its strategies or tactics or their plan of getting into that mine and limiting food, would they to some extent accept that they contributed to the resultant of some deaths that took place at that mine because of limiting food that was supposed to go downward?
Thanks, Commissioners. No, SAPS will not in any circumstances acknowledge or accept that we contributed. If we look at it, I take it that you must have appointed or looked at yourself the skeletons that came out of the mine there. That will not be people that would have died when we were doing the operation. The fact of the matter is food was going down. And there were people that came out of that same mine that were very, very super strong. And there were those that were afraid. Let's accept me and you that we don't know what happened down there. For God, we know food did went down, and miners did walk out through other shafts, which they on their own accord will walk out. So we don't know what has happened there. And by the time we were there, a lot of things would have happened. We can't just assume that. A lot of things would have happened. But in terms of contribution, we'll say no. Based on our experience in other areas of mining, definitely we say no, we did not contribute.
Okay. Lastly,
you want to?
If the Commissioner allows, Commissioner, based also on your question, Advocate, you will recall that when I appeared, I even made mention of the fact that even when we got to the stage of the rescue, it has always been the position of SAPS on the advice of experts that the conditions underground were very dangerous in terms of methane gas and whatever. So there is no way where SAPS, as a result of either the limiting of food and whatever, can it be attributed to SAPS. So like the National Commissioner is saying, apart from the skeletal remains, I even testify that even before VALA started and was recrafted, as SAPS, we have evidence of people who have been dying underground long before this decision or this issue of food came to the fore. It has always been the case, not only in Stelfontein, in Gauteng, in places where illegal mining is. We have always been called as the police to come and retrieve corpses of miners who have died underground as a result of the unbearable conditions underground, which even the mine rescue experts have testified to that effect, that underground there. That is why SAPS even said, we are not going to go there. Even with the rescue plan commissioners, the experts who came said we will lower a crane, we are not going to expose our people, we will then use cameras and whatever. So it can never be that it is linked to the issue of the limiting of food, because that has always been the issue, that it is because of SAPS that this had happened. So that's why we pointed, even the post-mortems that were done, no single one is attributed, except the narrative that is being said, is attributed to the limiting of food. So that is just the addition I wanted to make to the National Commission.
I'm asking this question specifically because members of the committee who were working with the police, they knew to some extent how much food was needed to be taken down. And there's the reason why they even had to approach the coast to say, but food has been limited and that will have a devastating effect on people who are underground. Yet SAPS still limited food and only had to adhere to that because of a decision or a court order that compels SAPS to allow food to get in there.
That is not correct, Commissioner. That is not correct. We have said in our submission and in our presentation, even before when they appeared in court, there's evidence that contradicts this view. They went to the court. The National Commissioner just indicated that at some point they said to the court that there were plus minus 5,000 trapped miners. And their appearing before court was that SAPS and the government doesn't want to rescue those people. A lot of money was spent on the rescue plan. And the people who came up contradicted this very assertion that you are making, that the number or the limiting of food contributed. There was never. Colonel Kudiba just indicated now, Commissioner, that we had intelligence, and I have said it even before when I appeared before the commission, to say some of those miners who came up were as fit as a fiddle, and some of them gave us testimony to say, actually, there are people who are controlling the rationing of food. And that evidence that SAPS is putting forward and that intelligence has never been challenged. The SAPS legal official has put into perspective what the court said, but we are still being pushed in the narrative that seems to apportion blame to SAPS. It was never about the numbers underground and the limited number of food. It was never that issue. This, we are saying, had it been allowed, illegal mining would have continued, and those who were starving people. There are some of the miners who came up and gave statements to say, these are the people who have been rationing food. So that narrative can never then continue to be persisted upon. With all due respect, and I submit that, Commissioners.
Chairperson, I would then just like to ask a very quick yes or no question, and then place one thing on record, and then that will be done from us. I'm happy whether or not the Commissioner or Colonel Modiba answers the question. At any stage when the miners were still underground, was there any formal communication that was shared with the miners, advising them either to exit at Margaret Shaft or any other formal communication that you guys have? Because something was submitted to us during the sessions last year, and it's an urgent notice, and it's written in English, Sesotho, Sexhosa, and Setsonga, advising that people exit through Margaret Shaft. Was that communication shared by SAPS? And I think that's a very simple yes or no question.
Thank you, Chairperson Kenan Mutiba. Yes, that communication was made in a form of flyers that were sent to the various communities such as Kuma and Stelfontein. And then it was done by mine authorities themselves.
So just to confirm, was this then authored by SAPS, and then obviously the assistance in terms of distributing it was done by other people, but was this urgent notice to the illegal miners authored by SAPS?
As we would all know that those lines where this illegal mining was taking place had owners, such as Spontaneous owners. So there was at one stage in a meeting where meeting that involved GMRE then, and then the mining authorities as well as the communities, as to how do we communicate our plan of action. And then the mining authorities were assigned to make flyers and distribute those flyers in the communities of Kuma, Stelfontein, as well as the place of around it. Again, at all the illegal mining points, the communication was displayed right there on the board.
Sorry, Colonel, just a second. I just want to confirm though, was it authored by SAPS or was it authored by Fontaine? Someone obviously had to put the flyer together. We just want to understand who authored the flyer. SAPS or was it Fontaine? Or combination of both?
After we agreed as to how do we communicate, then it was offered by the Fontaine committees.
Is it possible then just for us to please get a report, a confirmation of that meeting where that resolution was taken? Because obviously there are concerns around the messaging in this, because as we understand from testimony, Margaret Shaft is actually not a viable shaft to exit through. So there are concerns around the messaging of how we send people to a shaft. So that's why we just wanted to clarify whether or not it was authored by you, but by that submission it was authored by the mine itself, so we will take that up with the mine. And then lastly, Commissioners, I just wanted to place on record, based on the submissions we've heard and through my colleagues' questioning, we do understand that there was an intelligence report and there was some or other intelligence happening on the site. What we need though, and it's not clear yet, is whether or not there was an actual plan for Stilfontein. we understand that there's this like umbrella sort of protocol that speaks to VALA UMGODI, making sure that mines aren't taken over by illegal miners. But as it came to this particular incident, it still is not clear what the plan was and who, in fact, was in charge of the plan. But by the National Commissioner's submission here, commanders are empowered to make the decision based on the situational analysis that they find. We would now formally request the situational analysis that informed all the decision-making as it relates to Stilfontein, because it's very unclear to us as the Commission how we get to that particular decision-making, because we don't know what the tactic or the actual operation is. It's unclear. So we would request that information, but I'm just placing that on the record, that is a question of uncertainty that SAPS needs to provide clarity to. And lastly, Major General Artisanal spoke about interviews that they did and statements that were received from affected miners who were retrieved from underground. We would also like to see that, because we get this notion that, of course, the humanitarian impact assessment looked at the impact that artisanal mining or unlawful mining has on existing communities, but we haven't heard about how the plan or the operation itself integrates human rights into the plan and how they go about then executing that. But that is us for now. Commissioners, we're handing back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we just remind you once more, what is it that you need to submit? At this stage, I'm going to hand over to Commissioner Mashwasha.
Thank you so much, Chair of the session. I just want to, perhaps before I start, just note to the Minister, while the panel decided after hearing testimony from Major General the importance of inviting the Minister here. It is because of the assertions and the vermins he made that were so concerning that the panel, they decided to have the Minister come before the panel to answer. That is why, Minister, we've invited your office officially. Now, in terms of, and I just need to start here, and Minister, I know that the Operation VALA UMGODI in terms of Stilfontein was implemented before you became acting minister, but I just want to have an understanding. The denial of food and water, the limitation of food and water, does that not amount to torture? Does that not amount to being treated or punished in a cruel and inhumane and degrading way? I'll start there, Minister, then I will go to your respective National Commissioner and General Colonel Mudiba for further interaction. Minister, you are muted.
My apologies, Commissioner. Could you please clarify what averments ostensibly made by myself are of concern to the Commissioner, to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair. The averments that were made by Major General in the last sitting resulted in the panel deliberating and stating that we cannot rely solely on those averments which were concerning, and that is why we had then extended the invitation to the Minister. It is not the averments that were made by yourself, Minister. It is the averments that were made by Major General in his oral testimony before the Commission.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. I'm in no better position, than the Commission to evaluate at this point what actually happened in Stilfontein, because as you point out, I wasn't the Minister at the time. But it does seem to me that that's precisely what's in dispute, and for the Commission to make a finding on, because General Artisanal denies that an instruction was issued or implemented to withhold food. There does appear to and those are questions that then some determination will have to be made by the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'm going to go to Colonel Mudiba, and I see that he's just stepped aside. Just so that we are reminded that this is an inquiry and we expect that the witnesses sit, and only when they're excused by the chairperson can they remove from their seat. So I'll pause here and allow Colonel Mudiba to be called into the room so that I can ask specific questions to him. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners. Yeah, maybe it's an oversight. You didn't ask, but you went to the bathroom. You will soon be back. Thank you.
Perhaps let me ask the legal team in terms of the South African Police Service, is that you provided the Commission with context of the position of SAPS. Do you think that in your understanding or interpretation of the court order, you misunderstood the importance of that court order, resulting in SAPS being found in contempt of the court order?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think because we were part of the application from the onset, we understood exactly what is the plea that is being made by the applicant before court. We understood in context clearly as to exactly what was expected, hence our line of defense. Perhaps in support of this, the fact that I think when you look at specifically the court order of the 25th of November, that's where this assertion was made by the applicant that the Operation VALA its strategy include the cutting of basic supplier to the miners. And none of the court found that SAPS indeed prohibited or prevented miners from being provided with food. Hence, there was no, in terms of the court orders that were issued, that there was no pronouncement to say SAPS you have prohibited or you have limited, but the court granted the applicant in line with the second leg of their request, which is if the court does not allow SAPS to provide food and water, then the charitable organization should be the one that provides food and water. So that is basically hence the issue with regard to this. But at no point did SAPS was found to be prohibiting any provision of food, because we were able to provide all the information to say since the inception of this operation up to now, this is what SAPS has been allowing, and we can prove that there was food that was allowed. I think the only bone of contention will be with regard to the number part. That's where there was the issue to say, but there's limitation, there was breach because you have limited and you're not supposed to limit. And we were amenable to that. SAPS was willing because they are condoning the right and protecting the right to life of those illegal miners that were underground. So hence we did not even dispute that, but we indicated that we will provide them as much as food as possible, as long as it's not hazardous substances that are going underground. Thank you, Chair.
May I then ask, what was the rationale or justification of the limitation of food? We're talking about Section 36, we're talking about the right to health, the right to life, the right to food, the right, Section 28, the right of children, which is paramount in any instance that involves children. What rationale or justification did SAPS use?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I alluded earlier that the food that was sent underground, with the information we received, was that it was withheld by those that were controlling underground. And now it was not supplied to the people that it was meant to. So as a result, then that's when now this limitation came in, because there was still food. They could even say the food that we have been sending, they are keeping that so that you can still supply remove it. But then that was the intelligence we got from those that were extracted underground.
General Madiba, are you saying to us the rationale behind the limitation of food was once SAPS got intel that there was a bettering of food, so there was limitation further down?
Yes, I was saying that is how the limitation came about. But then it was not, the limitation was since ceased because we were then told that we would have.
Can we get IT support, because they have, I think I've lost the network. IT, please assist.
It's on their end.
It's on the end. Oh, thank you. Chair, what do we do? There's an interruption in the network from the end of SAPS.
Maybe it is time for us to take a comfort break whilst we try and reconnect them. So let us take a break for 10 minutes. It's now 11:30. Let us come back at 11:23. Thank you. take a comfort break, but we are back on, and it is now 11:29. May I just have you confirm once more, those that took the affirmation, and maybe let's start with you, Minister, you still affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, I do affirm.
I do affirm, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Major, Brother General Masemula, you also affirm that the affirmation you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience?
I do affirm, Commissioner, and we are in need of comfort break. Thank you.
Oh, you did not use the time when there was a glitch.
Remember, Commissioner, you said you mustn't move. You only move when you are hot.
Apologies for that. Okay, let's afford you. Will 5 minutes do? It's 11:30.
5 minutes.
Will 5 minutes do?
5 minutes.
Please, let's then afford you that time. We shall wait. You will alert us as soon as you're back on. Thank you so much. Apologies for that, Minister. Colleagues,
Okay.
apologies.
Commissioner, are we still on, or is it only me? I can't hear anything.
Apologies, Major General. We just we have given the colleagues a comfort break for 5 minutes. We're coming back at 11:35. So you're welcome to switch off your camera for a moment, and then you can do anything that you need to do. But we only have 4 minutes. Now 3 minutes left. Thank you.
During that thing again. Why is it not glitching?
It's now 11:35. Are we back on, colleagues?
Major General Hassan back.
Thank you so much. We no longer see you, Major General Asane. Is your camera on? Hopefully you will resurface at a certain point. Thank you, Minister. You've already affirmed that the affirmation you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience. You affirm. Thank you.
Thank you. I do affirm.
Thank you. Major General, or rather General Masemola, do you still affirm that the affirmation you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience?
Thank you, I confirm that.
Thank you. Colonel Mudiba, was it the affirmation as well?
It was the old
Was
Commissioner.
the oath, is it still binding on your conscience?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Your surname has escaped me. Rama? It's Rama?
Ramure Natwai, Commissioner.
So which one is the surname? Is it Tswai or Ramure? Oh, it's Dabu Barra.
But you can need
Okay.
to
Thank you. Was it the oath or the affirmation?
the affirmation, Chair.
Is it still binding on your conscience?
It is still binding.
Thank you so much. Major General Asane, the oath you took in the morning is still binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you. Colleagues, you may proceed. Commissioner Makosha, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. When we took the comfort break, we were discussing the issue of the limitation of food and water. The rationale or the explanation that Colonel Mudiba was giving was that based on intel, that food was further limited below ground. The police then took a further step to then limit the food. Is that the correct answer, Colonel, before I proceed?
Could you please repeat what you said?
Prior to the comfort break, we were talking about the justification for limiting food provision and water. You then explained, and then we had the issue with the network connectivity, that the reason was you received intel at the South African Police Service that one food was then being sold or used as a method to ensure that miners continue to work underground. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also testify that at all material times, the Department of Health was there. and we both can agree that it is not the business of the South African Police Service in terms of health issues. We do not find it in terms of the situational analysis important to consult with the Department of Health in terms of what would be a reasonable limitation of that aspect, or of food provision.
The Department of Health was not consulted in that regard. I was always engaging with the community leaders that was on the site at all times.
In your earlier statement, you said that there were other tactics used in terms of issues around illegal mining. What other tactics were employed outside Operation VALA?
Okay, when I was giving the brief about the Operation VALA and how we were operating, yes, I spoke about the tactics, which was the method of preventing crime that was happening, combating the crime that was illegal mining related crimes that were happening. And then I said,
please mute yourself, somebody. Unfortunately, I cannot see from the screen. Please mute yourself. Thank you. Colonel, there are parts we missed of words. As you were. We still have somebody speaking, please. Thank you. Proceed, Colonel.
When I explained all the tactics that were used during the Operation VALA, I said in the beginning, after identifying the hotspots, my teams were only visiting those hotspots
Can we mute that person, please? Technicality. Where is our IT? Can we mute that person? Or remove them from the platform? Because they are really disturbing them. Apologies, Colonel.
May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please do.
Thank you very much. I was saying, when I spoke about the tactics, I was always trying to bring a picture as to, in line with our Section 2.5, prevention, combating, and upholding the law, with the teams that according to the pillars, upon receiving the information, the first operational tactics that I employed
You have been muted. Colonel, you are muted.
Okay, Commissioner, I was saying that from time to time I applied a number of tactics. That is the method in line with Section 205, prevention, combating, upholding the law. After the identification of these hotspots, I put the teams to conduct visits at those identified spots, to do patrols, and then still after the teams have done with the patrols, because the illegal miners had their own borders around those areas, they would communicate to them, that is the internal, they would communicate to them that the police just came and they left. Then from there, they would bring the illegal miners to go underground. Then I had to move from one tactic to another. The other one was to do the way where we waited for. yes, they found us. When they realized that we were in place, they would run out. That was another tactic. But still, they counteract that other tactic until I resorted to the very last one, which was working effectively, according to me, in terms of preventing, combating, and upholding the law around those areas. Because the reason there was to prevent any entry into those bones, so that the illegal mining is not carrying on. You know, those activities of illegal mining are not continuing. That was the earlier tactics I spoke about, and then it was precisely in line with our constitutional mandate. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Colonel. The tactics you speak about, they're very vague, and it makes it very difficult to understand how you arrived at this, the rationale behind it. Now, when you started implementing Operation VALA Steel Fontaine, there was a submission by Solidarity on behalf of the license holders that a map of the shaft was provided to SAPS. Is that statement from Solidarity correct? You're muted. Colonel, you're muted.
I was saying you were not coming clear. I couldn't capture what you were saying. I missed.
I was saying that in terms of the testimony by Solidarity on behalf of the mining owners, they stated that the map of the mining activities were provided in terms of shafts 10 and 11. Is that correct? Were you provided with such a map?
No, I wasn't provided with a map. What I know is, with our intel on the ground, we were able to know where this illegal mining was taking place. So that's how we went and do the physical visit at this point. And then as to the making available of the map, already we knew about those illegal mining sites.
Assist me here, Colonel Mudiba, and maybe so that we have an understanding. You are going to implement an operational tactic on the ground. Would you not need to have a clear understanding of how the shafts operate, how deep they are, and how many exit points are available to ensure that, one, the police are safe, two, your operation is able to successfully be done? And I'm saying this because you keep these testimony that you kept going to experts. Who are these experts, except with the exception of two departments? The Department of Mineral Resources, and also the very license holders who understand how that mine is designed.
On that, my response is that we had meetings that we have been holding with the mining, the owners of those disused illegal mining spots, whereby we engage a lot on the activities around those areas, and then we would also have at some stage have a meeting with the Department of Mineral Resources and Petroleum. So that is how we could work together in sharing the information on the ground as to what was happening, also with the statistic of the other areas, including the arrests that were affected. I'm talking now in the areas of shaft number 9 in the other side of Free State. That's where we get all these feedbacks from this discipline authorities.
Did the use of or the limitation of food and water become part of the operational tactics?
No, that I cannot say it is a tactic in limiting the food. I clearly put it earlier to this commission that the limiting of the food was as a result of the information that we were getting on the ground from those that came out, that the food that was sent, that had been deposited, it is being held and it's sold to us, and then the food was sold to them and it was withheld by those that were controlling underground. So that is where the emphasis of limiting the food came. Even the community leaders were informed about that situation. They were aware of what was happening underground. At some stage, they would also try to communicate by means of letters that were attached to the rope as it goes down, that share the food with everyone. That they've been making those appeals because of the information that came underground that the food is being held with the others, those that were controlling underground. So it's not being given to the needy underground.
Thank you, Colonel. I'm going to go to the National Commissioner. Commissioner Masamul, I just want to start here. We know that Operation VALA did not only operate in Stilfontein, but is operating in hotspots where there is illegal mining. Did the police, after what occurred at Stilfontein, at the national level, one, consider having a national plan with support from the nationally, given the limitations, one, that the police have at a provincial level? We heard testimony that at a provincial level, it becomes very difficult for them in terms of the resources to adequately implement Operation UMGODI. My second question is, noting what occurred at Stilfontein, a result of the implementation of Operation UMGODI, has, at a national level, SAPS considered ensuring that once they go into the implementation of the tactics, they consult the relevant experts, such as the Department of Health, to ensure that what occurred at Stilfontein never occurs again?
Thanks to the commissioners. With regard to national support, yes, provinces were supported by means of resources that have been coordinated by national. So in other words, national did coordinate resources from provinces and then deployed to those various provinces. They were, of course, reporting to the provincial commissioner, but they had some resources that are coming from either national and or other provinces. So there was that support. And on the second question, when we implemented the operation, yes, we involved a number of role players. Like in this case, Operation UMGODI consisted of various work streams, like your operational work stream and prosecution, legal and legal work stream, housing work stream, with various role players. If you would allow, I would introduce Lieutenant General Sikili, who was directly in charge of the operation nationally. She can more expatiate in terms of how they were working, but all other departments were involved. Some, of course, might not be at operational level, like your legal work stream, but the housing and others, including health, they should be also be on the ground. So yes, continuously we do involve other departments, be it national and or provincial, when we do our operation. Thank you. I don't know whether you would agree that.
Last question, General Masemola, Commissioner Masemola. How do you provide resources to operational plans which are not approved and you don't have sight to? Is that not, and this is what Kona Mudiba said, that most of the time it's situational analysis. How do you provide resources? You may be under-resourcing that particular issue.
How we operate commissioners, the operation VALA, as I said, when it was planned, you do assessment of the magnitude of the problem, and the chairperson of the national joints, which is Lieutenant General Msiki, will then establish a meeting where they will sit with national role players and provincial role players, and then they decide on how they are going to do the work. So an instruction is issued to the various role players. They develop operational plans. And once she had approved those plans, then the operational plans are being implemented. What we are saying is no single police operational plan will take care of all and every detail on the operation on the ground. For example, let's say there's going to be let's say there's a hostage situation. I will deploy professionals that deal with it, which is your special task force, hostage negotiators. But there is no point at which the operators that are on the ground, let's take example, the situation that happened in Mamelodi, where a young man held hostage his mother and some other kids. There is no stage where the members on the ground will pick up a call and say, Commissioner, now we think we want to do a hostage release in this fashion. It doesn't work that way. They will, based on what they see in front of them, they will decide on what to do. They won't call either General CP or call the provincial commissioner and say, no, we think, let's say this man is now posing a threat to the other people. We think we need to neutralize it. That decision doesn't lie at all those commanders. It lies on the tactical commander who's on the ground. And that specific commander could never have written it before he goes there to say, no, I'm going to just negotiate for 30 minutes and thereafter I do hostage release. No, in any situation, we will handle it according to how it's unfolded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Masemola. Chair, I'll pause here to allow other panel members an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
I see General as a name.
General Asane, you've got something to add. Please be brief. Do not repeat what has already been put on record by the Commissioner.
I will be brief, Commissioner. If I understood Commissioner Makwasha, he was saying to the National Commissioner, how do you resource an operation that is not approved, which is factually incorrect, because she seems to be suggesting that the operation was not approved. This operation was approved. All that the Commissioner and Colonel Mudiba were saying was that when you operate, you are guided by the situational analysis. That in itself doesn't mean the operation was not approved. And I feel that we need to clarify it, because at the end of this, then there's going to be that no, it was not answered. The operation was approved, and what National Commissioner is saying is that it was resourced and capacitated by National. So I was just clarifying the second part, because that seems to be the understanding of Commissioner Makwasha when the National Commissioner was talking about the situational analysis Colonel Mudiba was talking about. The operation was approved. Thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you for the response. I'll now hand over to Mr. Dladla.
Thank you, Commissioner, and is it still morning? It's afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, I would just like to extend my dissatisfaction with Major General Artisanal's appearance. It's as if this inquiry was a by the way. He did not know about it. He's on the cell phone, whilst the minister as well as his superiors have made appropriate arrangements which shows respect for the inquiry, and unfortunately that cannot be said about Major General Artisanal. My question, I'll have a few. Just the first one, Minister, understanding that
Sorry, Commissioner. Sorry to interfere. We can't hear. There is an echo from our side. So we need to come here. Sorry, thank you very much.
Okay. Can we try? How is this? Is there an echo still? Receiving any feedback?
Still echoing, Commissioner.
Okay. IT, can you please assist? Nyai? Our IT is just locating the challenge. Commissioner, do you still hear feedback? Is it better now?
Yeah, it is still echoing.
Okay, let's try. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Tlaga.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hope I'm clear now. Nonetheless, we will work on it if I'm not. Minister, I understand that you came into the ministry after Stilfontein had happened. In your own understanding, do you think the police handled Stilfontein in an appropriate manner to save lives?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure that I'm in a position to reflect retrospectively on what must have been a very complex and fraught situation for the police. And I think that my perspective would certainly be influenced by my experience recently visiting various communities affected by illegal mining by the so-called Zamas. Most recently is Sporong in Randfontein. where 400 of the most marginalized people in that community who were displaced by armed Zamazama groups. So let me say this, having listening to this testimony in this kind of depth about Stilfontein for the first time, I would say that in the context of law enforcement operations, in the absence of complete information and some considerable uncertainty, and having regard to the imperative to stop the continuation of often violent, illegal mining activity, harmful to communities and the environment. The question for me is what constitutional and legal limits are, in the view of the Commission, applicable both prospectively and retrospectively. I think it is in the public interest and in the interest of the South African Police Service, which has the constitutional responsibility for law enforcement, including combating illegal mining, that this inquiry by the Human Rights Commission should provide guidance for future operations to respond to the growing problem and evolving problem of organized criminality in this form of illegal mining in many parts of the country. It seems plain to me that any decision in such a future scenario to withhold water and food would be unlawful. But the inquiry does not assume, in my view, that the rights, including the socio-economic rights entrenched in the Constitution, are unlimited. The public interest in public safety also has to be weighed in assessing the reasonableness of operational decisions that are made, as it were, in the heat of the moment. So as Minister, I'm looking forward to the outcomes of this inquiry by the Human Rights Commission. I think it's very important that these legal parameters are set as standards and guidelines for officers who have the difficult task of, in actual operational situations, to protect the public safety and enforce the law. So I would say that broadly is what I am grappling with as I listen to the evidence or the testimony and the questions that have been put to SAP senior management, as well as the commander who had operational responsibility in Stilfontein. And of course, once the Commission has come to conclusions in this regard, the legal parameters would be much clearer for such operations, and it will be our responsibility to seek to adhere to them. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Minister. Again, Minister, do you regard Operation UMGODI effective in the combating of illegal mining in South Africa?
Sorry, you were breaking up. Was the question whether I regard UMGODI as effective or not?
Yes, Minister.
Was that the question?
Yes, at national level.
Sorry, there's a bit of a time lag and a little bit of... Yes, I mean, I think that the police are under considerable pressure because having regard to their resources or the limitations of those resources and this growing problem of dealing with not only illegal mining as a form of organized crime, but other forms of organized crime with which they intersect. And as I said, often the police are dealing with armed groups, heavily armed groups. In many parts of the country, illegal mining operations are proliferating. I mean, when I visited Sporong, I was told there by the executive mayor and his team that we were effectively sitting on top of whole communities living underground. And a lot of these operations are very disconcerting for the communities who live in these areas. Very damaging to the environment because they're using dangerous substances like mercury, which damage the soil. And what appears to happen is when the police intervene, say in one area like Stilfontein, the effect is simply to displace these activities. To other areas. And then once the police has ceased operations, they return. So when we visited Sporong, for instance, I visited sometime after the Premier, and the Premier had arranged for police to be deployed for 7 days. But when I arrived there, I realized that wasn't sufficient because that community, and for the most part, they are voiceless. They are not, this is not a community that has much weight in public discourse or in the political process. I was, in fact, very shocked, to be honest. I mean, we live in this country, but that community is really very poor. And I was there. It was quite cold, and it was raining. It was really heartbreaking. Now, then we decided then that because the National Commissioner was with me, that we would make a decision to deploy police in that community on a permanent basis. But when you're taking resourcing law enforcement decisions under these constrained resourcing circumstances, you are to some extent you're depriving perhaps other areas of resources. So at some point the Commissioner might well be in a position where we go to another area and he then has to respond in the same way. I would say also that it's not just that operational decisions are constrained or resources are constrained, but that what we are dealing increasingly with is violent criminal cartels. And I think the police are under enormous pressure to bring this problem under control, as the police also have to deal with gang violence in many parts of the country and various other forms of cartels, which are not really the subject of this inquiry. And I would say that my thinking about the situation has certainly been impacted by my experiences as the Minister of Police over the last 6 months. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Minister. From what I hear is that the issue of illegal mining is not an issue that will be resolved anytime soon. Am I correct in thinking that, Minister?
Yes, I think you are correct.
So then, does that make Operation VALA effective? And in the same line, Minister, do you think regulating informal or artisanal mining would address or contribute towards addressing it so that the pressure is taken off from the police? Because I believe artisanal mining is not just a police matter.
Yes, Commissioner, I would concur with that view. I think that the question whether UMGODI is effective or not perhaps puts the matter too starkly. The police have had to respond by deploying, I would say, very considerable resources. UMGODI is in place for 2 years. I'm aware that at least R1 billion from the CARA funds was allocated. There might have been more money earlier on. So this is an expensive operational response. It's very helpful that this is not, the resources are not coming from tax revenue, but from CARA funds, which are collected through law enforcement operations. But the police have had to respond, and so has the government, by developing a specific response to the growing problem of illegal mining, which, as I said, I think has spread to many parts of the country. So the response has been effective in a sense on its own terms, but it's not sufficient. We need another solution, and I think you point to an important point, which is that law enforcement is not, of whatever capability, is not the whole answer. We have also got to look at regulatory and policy questions, like you know, whether there are ways of supporting communities in harnessing the wealth in their communities. So yes, I agree with you that to some extent we will always be on the back foot if we rely exclusively on policing. But there is also a question about how new capabilities can be developed to ensure that policing can be made more effective as well. But it's a tough job for the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
If we can zoom in now to Stilfontein, understanding on the operational side that the court orders were obtained around December because, like the colleagues have, the evidence leaders have alluded to the fact that there wouldn't have been a need to approach the courts to give an order so that food could be taken down. Between August and December, police were denying any food to be taken down or water. And the report from the pathologists stated that the cause of death in many of those bodies was starvation, and the police are vehement in saying that they had no role in playing in people's death. Do you then think that the blockade of food did not contribute to the starvation that was later on discovered in the postmortems?
Commissioner, I'm hearing some of the detail for the first time. It would appear to me that there is a factual dispute because Major General Asaneng insists, as well as the commanding officer, that at no point was there a decision to prevent any food or water from being passed on underground. What I'm hearing is a statement that there were some restrictions, and then the question would be whether they were reasonable or not. There were some restrictions in the light of the operational imperative to the law enforcement imperative to bring the illegal mining operation extensive, apparently, with substantial numbers of people underground to an end. Now, there's no in my view, there's no question that, I mean, if I was the minister at the time, I would have expected the police. I would have been asking questions about the effectiveness of their operation in the light of that legitimate, constitutionally legitimate objective. I've also said that I think any decision to refuse to prevent any water or food from being supplied would definitely, clearly, emphatically have been unlawful. So the question perhaps is to, as I say, to assess the reasonableness of the decision. Now, as regards the court orders, again, I would say, listening to the testimony, that is of concern to me. But I do not know, I have not read those judgments, and I do not know how effectively the police service put all the relevant facts and legal arguments before the court arrived at the decision that it did. But certainly a contempt order is a very serious matter. And what I'm hoping is that this inquiry by the Human Rights Commission and Chapter 9 institution will provide guidance for us in future, so that we are able to litigate defensively in an appropriate way. And that the Commission would help set some standards and guidelines, legal ones, for that the police will have greater clarity about in the future about what those parameters are. Having regard to the difficulty, I don't think that the operational questions, challenges that the police faced in Stilfontein can be factored out in this inquiry as to the lawfulness, constitutionality, and rights protectiveness of their decisions. It seems to me that the public welfare, the law enforcement challenges, and the rights issues have to be weighed in assisting the police to deal with these complicated situations going forward. What the Commission should also bear in mind that the police, as well as the ministry, will be under considerable pressure, is under considerable pressure from communities when these situations arise. The demand for law enforcement, for vigorous law enforcement, is demanded by the public. For good reason, because of the high levels of insecurity, fear, and exposure that they have to armed criminals. What happened in Sporatong in the last 2 weeks? 400 people were displaced by these gangs, and the response from the political process, various political parties, and so forth, was to visit the area. I got letters from certain political parties myself. I got a report from the police and so forth. So, there's that also to be weighed. The police are under pressure from the public and from their political representatives to respond to this growing problem of illegal mining.
Major General Asame, is it on the aspect that the Minister has replied to? If so, please be brief. Do not repeat what
Commissioner, it's brief. When I appeared before the Commission, this issue that is now being put to the Minister was canvassed. And I indicated it is the police as the lead agency and government that conducted postmortems with the state pathologist and with the engagement of the consul generals of mostly the deceased persons who were retrieved and who perished there. And I said in the Commission, and now this has been put to the Minister, to say there is a pathological or a post-mortem report that seems to put the blame on the police. And that report was never. There was a stage where the parties going to court even made a suggestion that they will use their own pathologist or they will do this thing. So,
may I interject? May I interject, Major General? It seems you are misquoting what was put to the Minister. And again, if you had the opportunity to reply, it is on record. So there's no need for you to repeat, or else you're going to find yourself contradicting that which is already on record. So please avoid repetition of any evidence that is already on record. So if you are saying you've testified and you have put the facts according to your knowledge, as at the time when you testified on the 3rd of October last year, now that is on record. So if it was in relation to what you have already testified about, please, we cannot have a situation where now you are repeating yourself. It's on record. The record will reflect that. That's what you said.
I agree, Commissioner. I'm saying the Minister is told there is a post-mortem report that puts the blame on the actions of SAPS.
Okay, also be mindful. Can I also interject once more? Be mindful of this once more. Once you testify all at the same time, all of you are testifying independently. So you cannot want to change that which has been submitted by the Minister. That is his evidence. You have your own evidence that you have submitted, as I said. So we will go according to what you have said. And the Commission will look at the entirety of the evidence that has been presented. But you can't, it's as though you're trying to defend or maybe rectify. It can't happen that way, especially because you have testified. So in instances where you've testified, it's on record, and we leave it at that. So at this stage, if you have got nothing further to add that is different from what you testified about, then I would request that we move back to the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will resist the temptation of addressing Major General because there's a reason why the Minister is here, and you do not have any prerogative to answer on behalf of the Minister. I would like to move to Colonel and also General Masemola on the operational side. Thanks, Minister, for your responses. Now,
thank you.
Now, General and Colonel, one of the pillars of the operation that you made in your presentation is intelligence. You rely on intelligence for information. Now, in Stilfontein, you did not take anyone underground. Understandably so, you do not have the technical expertise. Yet you relied on information that came from underground, from those illegal miners that resurfaced. Now, did you at any point verify the information that was coming from below, or you just took whatever you were informed?
So, thank you, Commissioner. I really didn't hear what you said. Some of my colleagues might have heard. I don't know whether you have the same people that I have on my side. If you agree, I'll allow Captain Jerome Sigil make this one, because I really didn't grab what you were saying. It's all echoing.
Would you want me to repeat, or you can hear me now?
Yes.
Maybe just to assist, are you able to hear us now, General?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think there is two gadgets at that venue where you are. You might have muted one, but the volume on it is not tuned. So when I talk like now, I'm hearing myself down, saying what you talk.
Colleagues, may we please, those that are in the room, can we please also, whilst you would have muted yourself, also put the volume at 0. Maybe that will assist. I understand that you want to be on the virtual platform as well, but it's not assisting the process at the moment. Let me come back to you, General. Am I audible now? Is it much better? Or is there still feedback?
The feedback is still there. Even myself, I can. It was when we started, Commissioner, it went quite well until lately somebody in that venue has another gadget.
But from the room, everyone is saying that they've made sure that they have switched off their gadget. So let's try again.
Yeah, let me switch off on again.
The question that was posed, you still recall it? You still remember the question? Do you recall the question, General? Commissioner? Commissioner? Commissioner, please talk to us. Can you hear us?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. You recall that the question was about what you relied on, which you had said that it was the intelligence. But the question from Mr. Mdladla is that, did you verify any of the information that you received from those that were retrieved or that surfaced from the ground?
Thanks, Commissioner. I do get reports, so I rely on the reports again. I wouldn't go down physically going very far, but I rely on the reports that I get from the senior government.
Thanks, Commissioner. I did not hear. I really struggled to hear what General Masemola was responding. Would you be able to come again, General Masemola?
Can I just put it on record? He was saying that he relied on the reports. He himself did not go to underground in order to solicit the information. He only relied on the reports. Thank you.
Thank you for clarity, Commissioner. Now, my last one would be in your presentation, General Masemola. You made mention that the Department of Mineral Resources, if I may call them that, were also giving you guys support during Stilfontein. How did they support, and in what capacity were they supporting everything that was happening in Stilfontein? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks. The operational support that they give on the ground is to assist the operational commander, that is Kennedy. You know that you will just find a shaft. You won't know which shaft is who's the owner of the mine or who was the owner of the mine. So that is where they liaise with the department wants to find out who owns the mine or who was the owner. Is the owner still around? That is the type of support that they will assist with.
Chairperson, apologies to disturb you, sorry. We've just located why there's an echo. There are two laptops on the room. If you look at the screen, one of them is unmuted. And that is why there's an echo. So the sound issues are not coming from our side. General Masemola or the Draba Jerry's got to mute, but they can't have both laptops on and giving out sound. That's why there's a feedback.
On my side, the other one almost literally killed. My side is for feedback.
Yeah, you're appearing twice on our screen. So please kill one of them. I heard it from the general. General also used the same word. Yes, thank you. I think this is going to be much better.
Yes.
But we no longer see you, General. Okay. So, General, can you just confirm you're not getting feedback?
Yeah.
Okay, the device you're using now is blaring.
Can you see me now, Commissioner?
We can see you, but you're blaring, and we cannot see Colonel Mudiba. Okay, yes, leave it there. Okay, yeah, let's work with this. Now, my question is, General, what law or regulation authorize VALA UMGODI? So what law then South African law, or it is international legal instruments that you were relying on when you decided on VALA-UMGODI?
The conditions for Operation VALA-UMGODI, am I correct?
Okay, it was buffering, but let me repeat. What law, if it exists, domestically or internationally, or regulation that informed subs?
Commissioner, you are saying, I had to talk about the regulation.
Yes. Regulation or the law that informs subs to decide on VALA-UMGODI as an action in dealing with the issues around illegal mining. Commissioner?
Chair, I think once they get back online, could we maybe just then suggest that they go back to the original laptop that I think Jerry Ledwaba was using, because it's the one that actually was responsive and actually non-glitchy. So I think once they get back, we can ask them to just go back to that particular platform.
Are we able to call them? Major General, would you please just contact them and say they must please use the laptop which had the name Ledwaba. That was working much better.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. Apologies, Minister.
usefaka ama-reports engazange aze ubani uthe uthi uyibona uyithatha leyo uzama ukudefend it. Yeah.
It's his boss who's answering.
Hey.
Protocol. How does he get it right? So far, he has been trying to outsmart them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Think about it. The way he spoke to us is the same way he addresses his bosses.
Mina ngicabanga ukuthi lo muntu akaphilile kahle. There's that hlawudi.
Quite crazy, but I think it's time. He's 59. He's young.
59 years, 7 months.
In 7 months. And that's how he started. He really was. So watching his
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what I
and
know.
my age is unsaid.
Or maybe he was saying that because General Masemola did not know his age. Yeah, no, say for an months
could you please, because obviously I've been with them and going with them today, it's a mess right now.
Yeah.
Could we just press them on the fact that he gets this question of the necessity he had intel on the ground, right? That's for decision making. But is there a report that would have been
the number of reports
to the commissioner to advise based on these circumstances. This is why we took the action that we took, because no one's able to explain that to me.
The issue is when I asked about how do you resource operations that you have information on and who Mr. I wrote on.
Yeah.
If you're
gossiping, just
And then you can
Thank you so much. Let me repeat that question. SAPS decided on VALA. Now my question is, what informed SAPS to decide on VALA? Is there a law that allows you to do that? Whether you were taking it from domestic laws or whether it could be internationally related laws. So what informed that decision on VALA?
Yeah, Commissioners, Operation VALA, how it started, there was an outcry of communities from across the Republic, which, if I can mention just a few areas, not only that it is those. You are Zamimbe and Finas.
Apologies, General. I think you've had a fair share of answering questions. And this question is straight and it is simple. If you know of any law, domestically or not,
no.
Yes, or regulation.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner, the laws that we applied is legislation is referred to in slide 5. And another echo from your side, Commissioner.
So on slide 5, I stated the Criminal Procedure Act of 1977, Property Trafficking in Persons, 2013, Prevention of Organized Crime Act of 1998, Prevention and Combating of Torture Persons, 2013, Child Justice Act 2008, Immigration Act of 2002, Fire Control 2000, Mineral, Petroleum and Resource Development Act of 2002, Children's Act 2005, Trespass Act of 1959. Thanks, Commissioner. So there is legislation that we applied. And then the day, the operation was just the name of the operation. It's not something that gets given by a minister or by myself. It's something that is done at operational level. The main aim here was the illicit mining operation. It just gets given a name operationally there as it goes down. And it was not a SAPS operation, it is a multi-departmental operation that consisted of various departments with 4 work streams, with all the departments that we mentioned earlier forming part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. So in other words, you're saying you'd have consulted the Children's Act, you'd have consulted even our Constitution and Immigration Act, all those instruments that you have mentioned. But the question then remains is this. As at the time we decided we are consulting, particularly let's say the Children's Act or the Immigration Act, so you were aware who was underground. Is that what you're saying? So you were aware that there were immigrants underground. You were even aware that there were children also underground.
No, Commissioner, we would be aware. We know that there are mostly illegal miners are made many acts, so that was our expectation.
Okay. Now, you say this was a collective initiative by different departments. Is there then a written order where this decision was taken, whether it's in form of a resolution or it's an order, because I suppose police work with orders? How did this information be communicated to those that were in operation?
Yeah, Commissioner, how it happens, the cabinet raised the matter. There is also another echo on your side. I only have both one gadget now on this side, so it means this echo is from your side, Commissioner. Thanks is gone, that echo now. Yeah, what was happening that is that cabinet did raise this as a problem. Then we came together under the National Joint Operational Intelligence Structure, and then the relevant departments were called, work stream were established. For example, work stream number 1, explosive of mine, is led by Department of Minerals. Work stream number 2 is law enforcement and prosecution, led by them. Police, legal and regulatory, is led by Department of Justice. Communication and partnership and community mobilization, led by the GCIS. So the officials then went, developed operational plans. They came, they presented those plans right through various structures, and then the approval was done, and the operation to cap illegal mining in South Africa then started. And the operation started, and that's how it unfolded. But the name UMGODI, of course, is the name given by operatives down there on the ground, but the main operation is the illegal mining that was taking place, that was rampant in the country.
So So do you have now the document that relates to the meeting of those different departments and where the decision was taken to say, let us deal with illicit mining in this way?
Yeah, no, we do have those documents.
Please can take note of that. That's going to be the first document then that must please be sent to us within a period of 5 days. Do you perhaps,
thanks, Commissioner.
do you perhaps recall the date when this meeting took place?
Okay, 5 days from today.
No, when this decision was taken.
Oh, the decision to, we'll go and check and we'll provide.
Okay, I wanted you to at least put your head on the block and say it was around this time. Because I would hate to see a situation where documents are going to be made. Because I would have thought that this document should have been the first document, except for the presentations that you have made, should have been amongst the first documents that you would have submitted as subs to say this was informed by this collective after these discussions, which emanated from Parliament, as you said, and ultimately went further to departments. And these were the people that represented the different departments in order for this decision to be taken. So you do not have a date.
No, thanks, Commissioner. The presentation today was led by the questions that you sent to us. So that to say more or less this time, I wouldn't want to put my head on the block, but we'll provide those documents where we did have various meeting, veterans meeting, and so on.
Thank you. Then my next question then is, as at the time when, maybe this one is directed to Colonel Mudiba, when they surfaced from under the ground, these miners, were their rights explained? And please be mindful of this fact, that we have already been told that not only were Zimbabweans there were Mozambicans there were Malawians, there were nationals, non-nationals from Lesotho. So as at the time when they surfaced from underground, were their rights explained?
That is positive. Their rights were explained clearly so by those that were expecting arrest.
Okay, you are saying that that would have been done by officers that immediately received them from underground.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner. As they were coming out from underground, they were processed accordingly, and at the same time, their rights were read and then processed further at the police station.
And were interpreters provided? Were there interpreters for the different languages?
That I won't be in a position to say this. There were interpreters, but all what I know is their rights were read out, and there was any issue about anyone who was not able to hear as the rights were read. Because, for example, I would imagine if there was anyone who had a problem with the English on that document of the rights, SAP 14A. Obviously, there would have been a neighbor or someone who's coming from the same country that was able to explain. I haven't received any concern in that regard, but we know that when you explain the rights, you make sure that the person whom you are reading the rights to is in a position to understand.
Okay, will you also then just, in your summation of what you have already testified, Colonel Mudiba, also allude to those instances? By the way, in terms of our own laws in the country, as an accused person, you have those rights. And I believe that as a police officer who probably has been in the force for years, you do appreciate that that's exactly what ought to have been done. And I'm yet to, just apologies, I'm yet to see where our legal instrument says that the neighbor, somebody who comes from another country, can then do the interpretation. I'm yet to see that one.
What I was trying to explain is, should there perhaps be any misunderstanding of the contents of SAP 14A, that is the rights, then I believe that would have been raised. But because these individuals that came out underground, they had their fellow nationals that would simply explain, be able to translate when the rights were read. But I did not receive any concern in that regard. We all aware that when a suspect is put under arrest, the rights should be read out to that individual.
So this is an assumption from your side to say that that was done, and that in the event any of them could not understand, their friends or their colleagues or the fellow citizens from their different countries would have then explained to them. That is what you think.
I was just saying that one could go to an extent if that individual was not able to understand the language in which the rights were not.
Okay, let's move further. The reason why I ask this of you is because you told us that as soon as some of them came out, they explained that in fact, whilst they were down there, they were being denied food. Food was being held by others. You recall that aspect?
That is true, Commissioner.
So as at the time when they were now relaying that, one would then assume that their rights were explained insofar as the evidence that could incriminate them that they were now giving to the officers. And I can only hope that it appears in the warning statement somewhere. Am I right to think that could be the case?
Yes. Yeah, as I'm saying, it is a practice that when you effect an arrest at any given time, immediately you on the person whom you are intending to arrest the rights as they appear in that document of the right that contains the rights.
I will leave that one at that, and I'm going to move over to the detention, Colonel Mudiba. Was I appreciate that the station commander, who was at the time the station commander was actually acting at the police station is not before us. But I would think that you do have the information in relation to the conditions that all those that had been found from underground.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So the detention, no, just wait, I want to pose my question. My question then relates to the numbers. The police station of Stelfontein, do you know what the capacity of those cells are?
No, I do not know the capacity.
Do you know how many of those miners were kept at Stelfontein police station?
What I know is that when they were taken to Stelfontein, as it is the station with the authority for the detention, the arrangements were made if there was no space to accommodate those arrested persons. So the arrangements were made to get them detained at other stations.
When were those arrangements made?
They were made immediately. I know I could even provide drivers that had necessary code to take them through to the identified detention facility.
Colonel Modiba, you are from Northwest?
I'm not from Northwest, I'm from Nation.
But you work in Northwest? Is there...
I was the commander. Commander of the operations.
Is there a police station in Northwest that can capacitate at least 400 inmates? A police station?
Mm-hmm. I could not get the question, Commissioner.
Is there a police station in Northwest or the one in Stelfontein, according to you, can it have about 400 inmates housed there?
I do not know the capacity of Stelfontein, but then if we have to clear that, we'll be able to get the station commander to tell us as to what the capacity is.
Thank you. In your report once more, please allude to that, to the fact that how many were kept and whether that was in line with Section 10 of our Constitution, which talks about human dignity. That even when you are arrested and you are detained, dignity must still prevail, which is in line with the spirit of our Constitution. Not only that, Section 9, which is clear on equality and discrimination, should also prevail. But not only that, the fact that anyone who is arrested, they remain innocent until proven guilty. Is that not so?
That is true, and that Section 10 was observed. Hence I said some detainees were taken to various stations in the province. If that the capacity at Stelfontein was not able to accommodate them.
Let me say to you, as a South African Human Rights Commission, we did our inspection in loco. The numbers of the prisoners that were kept at that police station, they were shocking. And some did not have a place for them to stay or sit. Some were just kept in the corridors of those cells. in the most appalling conditions. But I suppose you do not know that. That is why I say to you, it would have been better if you had the station commander was acting at the time, because when we were inspecting, he was there. And it would have been proper to probe him, because he could not have, he wouldn't be able to deny it.
Can I invite the station commander to give clarity on that? He's with us.
He is here. The one who was acting.
That's correct. He's with us.
The one who was acting at the time.
I'm talking now the station commander. I'm not sure if that one whose pub was acting as to who it was. I do not know, but the station commander is here.
Okay, let's move over because I've got limited time. I'm almost at the end of my questions. My almost last question then comes to the question that Commissioner Makwasha posed to you around issues of torture. South Africa has ratified the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture, United Nations Convention Against Torture. Now, in your limiting food without knowing the numbers on the ground, would you not say that that is torture on its own? And not even just torture, maybe even dealing with people in a cruel and inhumane way.
From my side, I won't say we violated that part, because I said earlier that from those that were underground, they were complaining that the food that has been sent here, we not receiving. It's been kept by those that were controlling. The food was enough according to what they were saying to us. So that is when now I engage those community leaders to say we need to limit the food in that regard because of that information we are having. But then I never stopped a supply to still continue underground.
Yes, no, that's not the question. The question is around limitation. Limitation on its own being a violation of a human right to the right to food. Because you were on top of this area in Stelfontein. They were underground. You could not tell whether the food was able to reach them. You are saying now that's what you were told, again, which you have not really verified. You do not have a statement under oath from any of those people that were taken out of that hole in Stelfontein. You can therefore not say that indeed that's exactly what was happening, especially when the regard is had to the fact that people died in Stelfontein and the post-mortem talks of starvation.
Commissioner, there were statements that could support to say there is the food that was supplied has been kept by those that were controlling them. The statements were obtained in that regard. And then also we could as well receive the videos that were shot underground that could clearly show that there is a pile of food that was there. So yes, that could actually support what those individuals that came out underground to say the food is there, it's enough. It's just we are not being supplied with the food that was meant to us. So there are statements that were obtained in that regard.
The narrative you are painting, Colonel Modiba, is that you had a very good working relationship with the different stakeholders, the different NPOs that were on the ground, the committee members and so forth. But what does not make sense is why would you then be found in contempt of court? And why all these court orders against subs if this was indeed the situation?
The community leaders that I was engaging with on a daily basis before the start of each day, we would discuss all this. As I said, we would brief and debrief at the end of the operation. This concern was brought under their attention, which they could just say we don't have control over that, and then they tried to send out the letters down underground so that share the food, give the food to those that are in need, that were in need of food. So they were aware of this because we could talk these things before on every day when we start with the operation.
One would think that with such an important operation, which was nationally recognized, even is coming from Parliament, that you found yourself doing it. One would think that you have kept record of those that we are communicating with. Now the question is, who are these community leaders? When you have Makua that is saying that they were not consulted on these issues.
As I said, Commissioner, is that every morning before we start with the day, we would come together with the community leaders as to what is the day ahead of us, what we're going to do, how many food, what food we're going to bring. Then we would, then at the start, when the food is start to be brought on site and lowered, there would be entries in the occurrence book stating that the food at such and such time the food arrived, such time the food was lowered underground. Studies that information is there when the food was taken underground.
The right to food is enshrined in terms of Section 27. Now, if there's a limitation to that right, would you say it's a violation, or are you saying it's not a violation? Is there a violation of human rights or is not?
No, not where I'm sitting. I don't see that as a violation of rights because there was a reason why I came to that decision, in which I ventilated that decision with those community leaders. So I did not stop the food from going underground. Whenever the food that was brought, it was allowed to be taken down.
General, would you say it's a violation of human rights? The right to food is guaranteed in terms of Section 27 in our Bill of Rights. And here's this right, it is being limited. Limited in a way that you cannot even say that at least today I gave you a slice of bread and you've seen this person eating that slice of bread. You have a situation where you are not sure what is happening underground, and yet you limit this right. General, would you say this is a violation of human rights, or is it not a violation of human rights? I'm talking to you, General.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner, I wouldn't say it's a violation because at no stage have food ever stopped going down. And what we know, the video we've seen, is a stockpile of food underground. So maybe the Commission should go to that angle to see how the food was being dished there underground from the stockpile to the miners. because we saw a video of a stockpile of food underground. Thank you.
And having taken into account the numbers on the ground, the pile that you're talking about, insofar as you are concerned, this was the pile that would have been enough to feed those multitudes that were underground?
Commissioner, yes, because remember the food that was being lowered were being lowered with the understanding that there is 4,500 plus people underground, whereas in reality at the end of the day there was only 1,800. So meaning whatever would have gone down would have been more than sufficient for those people, but take note that there was a stockpile. From how much they were given, we don't know. Hence, we emphasize that there were people that came out free, there were people that came out very healthy and very fit. So we shouldn't negate what distribution method was down there. As it is said that there are statements, as General Artisanal said and Riva said, of miners that came down and explained that food is there, but we are not being given that food. So there was no way police could have been down there to dish up the food equally. Thank you.
Okay. If you say that food was enough, did you consult a nutritionist in order to inform you that as for this pile of food, it would feed so many? Please, madam, don't write for the general. Madam lawyer, attorney, are you a legal practitioner? I would expect better from you. I would expect better from you. You are acting unethically. The general. I'm taking notes. No, you can't be writing for him. I've seen you. When it's colonel, you write towards that side, and when it's and Commissioner Makwasha has been saying I should caution you. Please let me caution you this time. Please desist from that behavior. Please. Yes, General.
Commissioner, me and you know that there was no way I can consult a dietitian. Nobody knew how many people were there. All I'm saying, can somebody mute that side, Commissioner? Thank you very much. That's better. I didn't consult any nutritionist or dietitian. What I heard from Colonel Mudiva and General Artisanal was that food has been going down. Commissioner, remember, long before the court orders, food has been going down through Colonel Mudiva. So as to how many, all I'm saying is it was reported to them that there are 4,500 plus people down there. And of course, they allow food to go down. I'm sure we can look at the records and see how much went down. But what we have seen is that there is a video of a stockpile of food down underground. Secondly, the affidavits by miners that came out that gave those statements to Mudiba and General Artisanal to say that down there we are not being given food, but food is available. So a nutritionist doesn't come into the picture in the whole thing. Thank you very much.
Now, if we were to accept what you're saying and then go to the reality being that post-mortem depicts death by virtue of starvation. Now, how do you weigh the two? Would you say that it is possible that people would have died from starvation, and whereas there was enough food to go around?
Yeah, Commissioner, well, I haven't seen the report that says that's starvation, but however, if there is starvation, obviously they would have starved while the food was there. So that I don't think myself and all the commission can make a determination to say it's because General Mudiba limited the food. And down there's a kingpin that also limited food to the people. And the evidence we have is that there's a video that shows a stockpile. So we won't know as to what caused that starvation. And yes, in another mines, not only Stelfontein, we do find a lot of corpses and bones of people down there who wouldn't know what is happening. Thank you.
There are a number of documents that I'm going to come back to before I mention them. I just want to go to the minister. Minister, in a situation where the right to food is guaranteed in our constitution, but that very right is limited by somebody who has no access to where this so-called food is or is going to, would you not say that's a violation of a human right?
Commissioner, respectfully, I think that's a determination that the Commission must make. My opinion at this stage is really not on point. I do not know all the facts. I did say earlier that I think these operational decisions are made under difficult conditions, and I don't know all the facts. How many people were down there? I wasn't aware of a post-mortem report. And so I'd prefer not to be put in a position where I have to come to a conclusion on a matter that I'm in no position to make to derive a judgment on at this point.
Thank you so much, Minister. The documents that we expect from SAPS within the next 5 days are intelligence assessment report, the operational plan that you've also alluded to, that is your second document, which I suppose encompasses the situational analysis as you have referred to it, the report of the meeting regarding the notice that was sent to the miners, the interviews with the miners as they were exiting the shafts that must be encompassed in the statement by Colonel Mudiba, but also if there are separate documents that must also be made available. The different legal framework that you say you have relied on insofar as taking the decision with regard to this operation. The occurrence book, which will then inform us as to how many were kept at Stelfontein, cells, police cells, and what interventions were done, at what point were those interventions done. The video that you've also alluded to, which you say you could see a stack of the food, and one would only assume that that video also shows us the date and the time as and when this was taken. The names of the committee leaders that the Colonel Mudiba has been engaging with, especially because most of the committee leaders that have testified are not aware of this engagement. The issue around capacity of Stelfontein, I'm sure that is also going to be reflected from the occurrence book, but also if there's a manner in which you can provide that information, that same also be provided. Affidavits has already been mentioned, so this evidence that is going to be submitted must please be submitted in an affidavit. Let's not just have reports or presentations. Can we have this under oath so that we can take this matter forward.
Sorry, Commissioner.
And there seems to be another one.
Can I assist? There is an engagement that took place in Stanfontein under the then minister. The commissioner attended, and there was a report that said a drone was taken down by the mining rescue team, which resulted into a report. And the then, or the chief director, I think Mr. Kabinde, promised to send that report to the commission. Today it has not been received. That will also be helpful to understand when was the plan conceptualized, when did they act on it, and to what extent was there any negligence, if any, from all the parties that were active in the other circumstances. Thank you.
Yes, so I don't know if you did hear Mr. Nkonde, but he was mentioning a report which related to a drone that had been sent underground. If we can get that, because Mr. Nkabinde, who was in the office of the then Minister Mkhulu, had promised that he was going to make sure that same is received. If we can also have that. And also, as at the time, we were told about the so-called team that was formed by Minister Mkhulu, the task team, yes, the task team, which involved the MEC of COSATMA, Mr. Vessels, and other committee leaders. If we can also get a report around what work was done by that task team. Is everything clear?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I think I think we are fine. Time might be an issue, but I think it's clear what is required.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, no other questions?
Any questions, colleagues?
It seems there are no questions. So thank you so much, Minister, the General, Major General, Colonel, and Mayor Ramurena. Thank you so much for availing yourselves the whole morning and a little bit of this afternoon. And thank you for trying to assist the Commission, because it is the Commission's duty to ensure that human rights in the country are observed and realized. So that is why you find yourself in this situation. And over and above that, we wish you the best in your further endeavors, and you are all excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioner. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think we can take a break for lunch. Lunch is served, and we can come back at
were handed to the families and also the consular generals for offices for repatriation. 30 unidentified bodies were buried as paupers, of which 29 were buried in Kanana and Jogetin respectively. We also were told that 7 bodies were handed to the families, 6 Mozambican nationals and 1 Zimbabwean national. In terms of the legal and humanitarian actions, Commissioner, on the 22nd of November, the department, alongside the National Department, SAPS and the mining companies, we received the legal correspondence from the Lawyers for Human Rights, acting on behalf of the mining affected community united in action. The application sought humanitarian assistance for miners reportedly trapped underground, including food, water, medication, and other necessities. Following this, Commissioner, food and water supplies were delivered. However, we were told by SAPS that they then discovered equipment such as water pumps, gas cylinders, explosives, blasting techniques, and detonate codes intended for underground use. This then raised concerns regarding ongoing illegal activities despite claims of humanitarian distress. At the end of the
Can we just check apparently online they are complaining about the sound? It's sorted. Okay, thank you. Okay, proceed.
Commissioner, in terms of the rescue plan, like we said that we focus on mostly on making sure that those miners were rescued. In terms of the rescue plan, we had 3 phases. The first phase, commissioners, we made sure that we are securing the shaft entrance. If you had seen the photos where those miners were coming out, commissioners, you could see that it was very risky. So we had to then make sure that there was the removal of the rubble from the entrance of the shaft. And we were told that the estimated amount to do that it was around 67,000 rand. We then also proceeded to phase 2, which was the assessment and the surveillance. We were told that what happened is they deployed a crane, and then they also had a drone or a camera with audio that was sent underground. It went there to make sure that just to check on how many miners were underground and what were they saying, just to check around. And when they came back, that is when they told us that they are now sure of how many miners are underground and how they are going to evacuate them underground. So it was also to check the potential risks that were there in terms of evacuating those miners, because we were told they were trapped underground. So that process, it costed about 50,000, and then we also had the crane hire, which was around 35,000. And then the last phase, it was that of the retrieval operation. That is where they were using the lift system to bring the miners to surface in groups of 8, and approximate cycle time, it was around 45 minutes per trip. Comprehensive risk assessment were conducted prior to this execution. Like every time the lift went down, they would first check if it is safe for those miners that wanted to come out at that particular time. So after the last miner came out of the shaft, we then were told that the amount was around 6.8 million dollars. So that is basically what the community safety and transport management did in terms of this operation. Let me pause there for now.
Thank you, Chief Director. Colleagues, the evidence has been put for us. It is now the time to engage a witness advocate matter. Am I starting with you?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think the first question I'd like to maybe get some clarity on, an expansion on, is when you speak about oversight over SAPS, what does that specifically entail? And could you then maybe especially frame it for us in light of Stilfontein? So when you speak about the oversight that you were then given, what does that actually mean? In light of SAPS and Stilfontein, what is your role? What are you meant to do with that oversight?
Okay, in terms of the Constitution, Section 206, we are mandated to do oversight of the police, and then we are also mandated in terms of Section Civilian Secretary for Police Act 2 of 2011. So, am I audible?
No, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. So, in terms of the oversight, what we do I'll start with what we do on a day-to-day basis, and then I'll come to Stilfontein after that. So what we do on the day-to-day basis is to make sure that we oversight the efficiency and the effectiveness of the police services in terms of service delivery to the people. We get majority of the cases where they are saying they are not getting any feedback from the police, the community members. They are not getting any feedback from the police. Their cases went moot. That is where we come in as the Civilian Secretary for Police and make sure that the police render services to the communities effective. So that is what we do on a day-to-day basis. So in terms of the Stilfontein, what happened is when this thing started getting into the media, obviously communities were starting to complain against the police. So we had now to register what a complaint, because now they were saying, like the communities were saying, their family members are trapped underground. So we had to now probe in and get in and check what exactly happened. So that is basically how we got in as a department, because in terms of the operation of the police service, we won't know until there is a complaint against the police. So that is how it got. And it was not a complaint that somebody came in and complained to us, but it was what we got into the media that there is this thing happening at Stilfontein. So we had to go and check what was happening there in terms of the end. So basically, that is how we came to know about what was happening in Stilfontein.
All right, thank you so much for that submission. I think that the following question is going to be, because I believe you've been here for the duration of the inquiry, you would also be aware that we've asked SAPS a number of questions. And I think I'd like now to understand the role that your department would have played in light of some of the allegations or submissions that we have heard, right? The first one I think I'd like to speak to is this idea of the limitation of food. If the role of COSATMA is to then oversee police conduct, effectively to make sure that the police conduct is within the ambit of the law, if I understand you correctly, when that decision was made, was your department made aware of it? And if so, what was the department's response to that particular tactic? Because again, it's unclear what we're calling it, because I don't think SAPS is also clear on what they're calling what happened at Stilfontein. But on that basis, what would your submission be to that?
Okay, when we became aware, when we were served with the court papers, that is when we became aware that there is this limitation of food supply that was remember, like I said from the onset, we are still civilians. So where there is police operations, especially when the scene is active, we are not allowed like any other person. So we became aware of this when the NEC was served with court papers. That is where we came out.
I'm not sure if you've got those files. Should probably be on that table because I was actually interested in pointing you out to something. But I'll make sure the file is in front of you just now. In their submissions to us on page 125 of the bundle from Lawyers for Human Rights, they advised that they had written a lot of correspondence to SAPS before they ever approached the courts. Were you ever made privy aware, were you ever aware of those correspondences before the court process was instituted?
No. We became aware when the NEC got the court papers.
And then once the NEC becomes aware of the court papers, what was the position of the NEC, noting that the court papers are alleging that SAPS is in particular denying people access to life-saving things like water and food? Because that's the main issue in the first application. So now that the NEC has been made aware of SAPS's conduct or alleged conduct, and in fact, let's take this a step further and say now that we've got the judgment of 1 December, what role does COSATLA then play in oversight now?
As we said in the submission, the food was then provided. It was not us who provided it, but I remember there was one time that we went there, we found food being taken underneath. So yes, we made sure that, but we are not aware of whatever that happened when we were not there. But when we were there, the food was being given to the people underneath.
I'd like you to just maybe unpack that answer for me a little bit more, because on the 22nd of November, based on your submission, your department is being made aware that legal action is being taken against certain state departments. Your department, who oversees SAPS, is now aware that there's an allegation that says that SAPS is denying people provisions, right? What is the NEC's then first response now that he's aware that the court application has been served? But secondly, now that there was a court order issued on the 1st of December, because it's all good and well to say when we were there we saw food, but the reality is that food was being denied and a court order had to then first be acquired before food could be sent down. So I'm trying to understand, once you become aware of the court, of the allegations against SAPS, if your role is oversight, what did the NEC do?
No, what we did is we went to Selfon. We basically camped in Selfon. Starting from as soon as we became aware of what was happening there. So to my recollection, there was food that was going under. That is what we know.
I'm going to struggle with that assertion because, like I said, and it's the same thing, I think we've had the same issue around with SAPS. Whether or not you saw food go down, the reality is that a court had to confirm that SAPS must allow food to go down. And I think that's not what your answer is not addressing. Once the NEC becomes aware that there's a court order against SAPS that confirms that SAPS was in fact denying provisions from going down, what was the NEC's role in that particular moment if you were saying to us, yours is oversight for police conduct?
I have been saying that the NEC directed as well. Even us, we directed that those people must be released. So to our recollection and to what we know is that food was being delivered to those people.
Man, I hear you, right? And I think, but you still need to answer the specific question. NEC is now served with court papers in front of him. Those court papers allege that the SAPS is not allowing food down. You've confirmed that in terms of Section 206 in the Constitution that your role is oversight. Now that the NEC becomes aware of the allegations, what does he do?
So I said it for what happened is we then went to Stelfontein, right? and then we were affirmed that there's food supply going to the shaft. We went there, and indeed, when we went there, there was food being taken under the ground. So that is what we did as a department. We went there and made sure after we got the complaint.
I think that this is where the area of concern still stems. It's all good and well to go there. I need to understand when the NEC is aware that SAPS, what is the engagement between the NEC and SAPS that says you must ensure that provisions make their way down? Was there ever an engagement before the court orders then issued on the 1st of December between COSATMA and the department and SAPS that says even before there's a court order, you have to let down food as a constitutional requirement? Was there ever that engagement now that the NEC is aware of this court order? So please don't, before you answer, let's not go back to when we were there, we saw, we affirmed that food was going down. I need to understand the steps in between. NEC served, what interaction happens between SAPS and the NEC around the fact that there's an allegation that people are being starved in these shafts?
I think my answer would be the same, because what happened is after we got the complaints, like I said, we became aware after we got the papers, right? So the very time we then had to go to Stanford Day, that is what we did. We went there with the NECs. I think in all the media houses that you have seen, the NEC was always there. So we went there, we interacted with the provincial police officer. We cannot have a situation like this. And then we were affirmed, we saw as well that there was food there.
Okay, I think I'm just going to place on the record, Commissioners, that I am uncertain as to the answer that's currently being given, because it's unclear what the conversation between the NEC and the acting provincial commissioner was. Because it's now creating the assumption that there was a conversation, because now there's also the assertion that Lawyers for Human Rights has made in their submissions that they had written a number of correspondence to SAPS to say, please release provisions before they went to court. So now, as I understand it, they go to court, NEC is advised, but instead of MC taking action, he goes to C and is told by the police that that's not what's happening, but we've got a court order that confirms the contrary. So unfortunately, I'm not comfortable with the assertion made by the NEC's office, but I'm going to move on now for the sake of time. I'm also quite interested in the submission you made on slide number 7 of your presentation, because it's interesting how this order of phases comes up. The first thing that is apparently done is that you remove all the rubble and the boulders around the shaft, which, if we listen to the submissions made by Makua and Lawyers for Human Rights, that resulted in the pulley system that they had erected being destroyed, right? But more so, that I think the thing I find interesting is that police, SAPS in their interactions have made it very clear that they could not send anybody down. But I think this is the first I'm hearing, beyond today's submissions as well, that there was actually access to a camera or a drone that was sent down to go and look into how many people are there. Is there a reason that that was the secondary consideration that was made in terms of the phases for rescuing the miners and not the first? Because how are you clearing a space if you don't know how many people you are trying to rescue? I think there's a little bit of, I'm uncertain as to why you go to look at the situation below as a secondary thing before understanding how many people are down there. Because then I think it would have been clear, because from your submission it was clear once the drone was there, those numbers were clarified, but those numbers would have also clarified that there are children down there, which in my mind would have changed the rescue efforts, because there is the Children's Act in Section 28 of the Constitution, which then make the rights of the child paramount. So my concern is that now that you're aware that there are children, why was that the order of things? Why was it not important to first find out and establish how many people are in fact underneath the ground that actually need assistance?
We were working with the mining rescue team, and we had to follow what they were saying. So if you have been at that shaft, you would have realized that it was whatever object that was gonna go down there, if that place was not cleared out. If something could have dropped, even a tiny piece of a stone, and found somebody down there, it was going to be disastrous. So they said to us, in order for us to preserve life, the first thing that we need to do is to clear up this the opening, because it was very risky. Whatever that was going to go in there, anything, it was going to be disastrous should it find somebody down there. So that was why they started by clearing the opening, just the opening of the shaft, so that when they start to do whatever, that place was cleared. So that is what they said to us, as and when they were starting their operation.
Your submission now suggests that there's obviously planning meetings that would have taken place with other stakeholders in this particular rescue operation. Is it possible for us to get the minutes of those meetings to confirm that they did in fact take place? Because I think it then satisfies us on our end that in fact everybody was applying their mind correctly before any decisions were made as it relates to this particular rescue operation. Because you say that you guys were there, you would have spoken to the police, but I need to understand if there were any other formal meetings. Because if you're being advised by Mine and Rescue, that would suggest in my mind that there would have to have been some kind of meetings that took place, and then some kind of, from those meetings, there'd be a report that would advise what the correct steps forward are, because I don't believe that you would have come up with 3 phases had you not made a proper assessment of what was first initially going on. So if you could just share those documents with the commission that confirm the meeting dates, the participants of those meetings, because at least it'll satisfy the commission's mind that in fact those meetings did take place and that there was some kind of informed decision-making process. My last question before I hand over: when you're dealing with phase 1 of clearing rubble and the boulders at the entrance of the shaft, we know from submissions made by Bakua and other organizations before you that they had, the community itself, before any state assistance was given to them to rescue people, were using a pulley system that they would have had to have fashioned themselves or would have had to pay for as the community. As you then take out and clean out the area, was there any formal interaction or engagement with the community, considering the fact that they had started to put in rescue efforts before the state intervened?
Commissioner, yes, the meetings that were held there was, like I said, I remember there was Santo, it's just that I forgot the name of this other organization, but there were community leaders there that we met with them. They also formed part of this task team that was formed by the EMC. So whatever that we were doing after the EMC was made the chairperson of this task team, it was involving all the communities, the leaders of these communities. So as and when they were clearing the site and everything, the community members were the leaders of those community members. They were allowed into the shaft, though everybody else was not allowed. But they were allowed at the site as and when all these things were happening.
Can I just ask for clarity? You said that some people did go down into the
not into the shaft. Like you remember I said when the scene is active, actually the police will put the barricades and stuff. So only allowed personnel will go inside the barricades of the police officers. So those community members were allowed into the barricades, not inside the shaft. Nobody was allowed inside the shaft. Only that lift was allowed to go inside the shaft.
Then, like I said, Commissioners, I would then formally request Kasama to then please provide us with all of the minutes, registers, and importantly, the reports that emanated from those meetings, because it seems that there was some kind of engagement as decisions were being made. And it's unclear to me whether or not the MEC was aware of the court matters and the fact that there had to be a court order in order to get provisions down there, because now it's unclear to me what role they played, if oversight was the role they played, because the issues of starvation would have been raised in those meetings, because as you remember from the submissions that were made by Makua and Lawyers for Human Rights and other organizations, is that letters kept coming up advising the situation was really bad underground. So it's a little bit startling to me that it seems as if this was not the case, when in fact this is what was put in those court papers. And so I'm not quite comfortable with the responses at the moment, because they don't seem to suggest a tactical effort with reports that informed decisions. So I think once we receive those, it will be easy to make an assessment, but I'm a little bit concerned about the role that was played here, because they were meant to do oversight, and we've got now these allegations of human rights abuses that would have in theory happened on their watch. But I'll hand over to my colleague now. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Ndisa.
Thank you, Commissioner. Meran Rantuna, am I correct? Yes. You mentioned that the COSATMA was investigating SAPS. Am I correct that you, after seeing these events on television, you started to investigate allegations that were brought by committee members against SAPS?
I said, when we saw what was happening on the news, we then probed on what was happening, not the investigation. Remember that the investigations are coming as a result of the complaints that were there. But there was never a complaint by any community member coming to COSATMA. But because it was in the media space, we then had to probe on what was happening. That is how we then went to Stelfontein to go and check what was happening.
Colleagues, just behind the green, that's it. Please, you're making noise. You can proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am making reference of the word investigation because you used that word when you said, after you shared from you saw on the news, you started to investigate. But now you say you were probing. Okay, what were you probing? Were you probing SAPS conduct, or you were probing allegations of alleged human rights violations or complaints by community members?
No. You remember that I said what we do is to play oversight over the police. So I will tell you what we were doing on our side before the court papers came, right? So we then went to Stelfontein to go and check what was happening. So what we do in terms of the tool that we're using is to check the police stations, because what was happening then, we had a lot of arrests that were happening. So we then had to also do what we call custody management, to just check what was happening into the cells. So before the MEC was served with court papers, we were just doing what we normally do in terms of the tool that we use when we get to the police station, to check what is happening at the cells. Are they coping as the police officers in terms of so it was just our normal oversight that we were doing before the MEC was served with the court papers in terms of what did you say? The supply of food. We only became aware as and when we got the court papers. But in terms of what was on the media space, in terms of the arrest of the illegal miners and everything, we had to go to Stelfontein and then check what we normally check as and when we get to the stations. So that is basically what we did firstly before that day.
Okay. Do I understand you also to be saying, ma'am, you are supporting SAPS safety strategy, and we're speaking specifically to what was going on in Stelfontein. Were you supporting SAPS in their strategy, safety strategy?
In terms of Stelfontein, no. I said this the role of the civilian secretary, this is what we do in terms of the act. And then I further explained in terms of Stelfontein, this is what we do. So this, the only thing that we did as a department was after the minister appointed the NEC as the chairperson of the task team. So what we were responsible for was to make sure that those people come out of the shaft safely. So that is where now we became active in terms of the strategies to make sure that the miners are resurfaced safely underground. So that is basically what we were tasked to do in terms of what the minister said we must do.
I want to understand clearly what we're doing, so that we, at the end of the day, we were, on the same path. We don't, preempt. This is what we're saying. All right. So, would I be correct to say SATMA was playing an oversight over what police were doing ever since you learned about this Stelfontein issue on the newspaper? From that day on, you were not investigating SAPS. You were playing oversight role over what SAPS were doing around Stelfontein.
Yes.
Would I be correct, ma'am, that also when food was taken because you were there when food was taken to, or you lowered inside the shaft so that it can reach the miners who were underground, were you also aware that food was limited? And when you realized that food was limited, what was your role as SATMA at that stage? Yes.
No, I would not say that we were aware that food was limited. Remember when you see piles and piles of food and then it goes down, that is all you know. But we then later on get that it was limited. But what we saw was food being taken down the shaft. So to us at that particular time, we did not know that there was limitation of food. But what we know is that food was taken down the shaft.
Right. As an oversight body, after you learned that food was limited, what steps did SATMA take to make sure that people who are underground are getting sufficient food, water, and medication to keep them alive underground?
The NEC had directed that, remember that when this thing started, you would see letters coming underground that this is what they want. I remember there was one time that the NEC even called General Musiki to say they must then take also the medication. And that is how the Department of Health came into play, because the NEC then met with NEC Harry to say the police cannot, they don't know anything about medication. So they then need to liaise with the Department of Health to make sure that they get the medication on the shaft. So that is the part that the ABC played during that time to make sure that whatever that was needed was taken down. So yeah, that is what we did.
Yeah, I hear you, Madam, but I'm concerned that you were present here and you were listening to SAPS saying that food was limited. And we want to know what was the role of COSATMA when food was limited. Was that really resulted in some other community organizations saying people are dying downstairs, underground because there's not sufficient food? So we want to know from COSATMA, so what did you do when you learned, because you're saying when you learned that food was limited, what role did COSATMA play? Did you confront SAPS and say, look, you can't limit people's food because you don't know the number of people down underground? What was your role?
Like I said earlier on, what we did is we made sure we said to us, okay, let me put it the way we put it. We confronted SAPS to say you need to make sure that the people underground, as long as they are still surfacing, they get enough food. That is what we did. And I also said we even made sure as the department liaise with the Department of Health through MEC Lehari. I remember that time we even went with all the other MECs, the MEC for social development. We went there with them to say they need to assist in terms of what is happening on the ground. So for those people to end up getting medication, it was through us, through the MEC, when he then liaised with other MECs to make sure that the miners underground. So that is what we did.
Can we then accept this Human Rights Commission and this inquiry, can we accept that you felt what SAPS was doing by limiting food was wrong and it was traversing over the rights of everything, the rights of people with the right to food?
Yes. Yes.
And did COSATMA confront, and I just want to know that, did it confront SAPS to say that whether in writing or whether verbally or through meetings, since you are an oversight body, confronted them and said that, look, what you're doing is a violation of human rights? Did COSATMA do that?
Not necessarily using the word violation of human rights, but yes, we did confront them to say they need to take the food in terms of what the court was saying.
Would you be kind to tell the commission and inquiry, who did you or COSATMA tell that they must act in line with the court order?
What's the name of the colonel earlier on? Yes, he was the head of the operation. Yes, he was the head of the operation. We did speak to him.
Can COSATMA also confirm to this commission, to this inquiry, whether limiting food to miners who were desperate and wanted water and food underground could have contributed to deaths of those who may have died underground?
Hey, I'm not a medical doctor, but repeat that, limiting food?
Let me try and direct it in a manner in which you would understand it perhaps clearer. There were miners who were who came out of the shaft And the autopsy, when it was done, the outcome was that some of these miners who died out of starvation and dehydration. My question is, would you align yourself to say, because food was limited, that was taken underground, the cause of death could have been contributed by the fact that SAPS limited food that was supposed to be given to these miners?
If there's evidence to the contrary, then I have to align myself.
As an oversight body, do you have any report that you have compiled regarding the conduct of SAPS in relation specifically to what took place in Stelfontein? Have you compiled the report now that you found that the conduct of SAPS was violating the rights of underground people by limiting food and all that? Is there any report that could be shared with the Commission stating exactly that COSATMA was not happy with the conduct of SAPS, and if there is available, can it be shared with the Human Rights Commission?
No, we did not do a report to that effect.
Is there any specific reason why an oversight body would not compile a report when you are privy to such heinous human rights violations that you just confirm that limiting food and water to miners underground was a violation of their rights? Is there any specific reason why COSATMA hasn't done that?
I think it's because during that, remember, we were party to the proceedings as well. The MEC was the party to the proceedings at that particular time. So I'm not going to lie to the Commission to say we had any reason. We did not make a report.
Is it too late to provide that report to the Commission now that you are privy to this fact, and say, as COSATMA, we found that as an oversight body, SAPS violated the rights of these miners?
No, it's not too late. We can do that.
I think there's 1 minute. I must respect the time. Let me just give over Commissioner Kwinana. I think my colleague wants to ask one question.
Sorry.
Oh, 1 hour left. Okay. My apologies. My eyesight showed me a minute, so I just felt that perhaps I should leave it at that. Can I ask you one last question before I sit and hand over to my colleague? What was COSATMA doing before you saw these things on television or on newspapers?
What were we doing?
Yes, as far as incidents that took place in Eastern Fontaine, illegal mining, arrests, and all those things that we take before the COSATMA got to know about these things on television. I'm asking this question because I'm interested, and I'll ask a follow-up question after this.
I remember what I said earlier on. In terms of the operations of SAPS, we don't get involved. And if there's really no complaints against the police, we don't get involved. Unless we are interfering with what the police are doing in terms of their day-to-day operations. So if they are arresting people and everything else, we don't get involved. We only get involved when there is a complaints against the police. So that is basically our role. So if there is illegal mining going on in Stilfontein and police are arresting people there, illegal miners, we cannot get involved. It is not our responsibility. Remember that police is a national competence. The MEC is just coordinating between the national commissioner and the provincial commissioner. So that is where we end. So if there is nothing wrong, if the police arrest you today, you cannot call me and say police are. But if you are complaining that my case is not going anywhere, I don't know what is happening, they say the docket is lost and everything, that is when we come in to check exactly what is happening. So if it was normal arrest, we are not going to get involved.
I think the follow-up question is, did you receive complaints after you saw this incident on television and you started probing it? Because you mentioned that the committee members were not happy about it. Has COSAP taken any steps to either go to committee members who live around that area who had complaints about the conduct of SAPS? And if not, why didn't you do that as COSAP? That would be my last question. Thank you.
We did not take any complaints because nobody came to us with the complaint.
I thought I was done, but just after my colleagues line of questioning, two questions came into my mind. I see you've got the bundle in front of you. Could you please page 125?
Okay.
And could you just note paragraph 34? These are submissions by LHR, and this particular one says on page 125, apologies, 125, paragraph 34, accordingly, LHR requested that SAPS urgently supply adequate food, water, and medication to the miners, or alternatively allow the community to do so. Despite these urgent appeals, LHR received no response to its correspondence, and SAPS and the MEC remained unresponsive to subsequent in-person and telephonic engagements. So, based on this submission, right, by LHR, would you not concede that there's in fact been a complaint against the police in their conduct? Given that the allegation is that they're starving people underground, would you not consider that as a formal complaint then that's been, according to this submission, brought to the attention of the MEC?
It's unfortunate because this submission, yes, maybe the LRC.
To the microphone.
Oh. I'm seeing here that the LHR said they spoke to the MEC, but in terms of our office, the Civilian Secretariat for Police, we never received any complaint. So I'm seeing here that they said there was a telephonic engagement, but we did not receive anything in terms of the office. Maybe it was a courtesy call to the MEC, we would not know. So we did not have any complaints in terms of these cases. Like a registered complaints where we had to open a docket. We don't have.
Last two questions. Now that you become aware of this court's application on the 1st, and if I'm not mistaken, by your own submission, the MEC was a party to this. What does COSAPA then do once there's a contempt application that's now also confirmed that the police are in fact limiting food and life-saving resources to people underground, trapped underground? Now that you're aware, because you're now cited in this application, what does COSAPA then do officially? Because remember, you're a party to this application. Did you file a notice to abide? Did you oppose the application? What was COSAPA's role or official position once they were served with these papers?
I'm not sure, because I don't work legal, but I think we filed a notice to abide. I'm not sure. I'm subject to correction, but I think that is what happened.
In one of your submissions earlier, you said that part of the role of COSATMA is, you've got a toolbox, a toolkit that you use to go to police stations to just consider the state of the police stations, how those arrests are going. Based on the submissions made by the commissioners who confirmed that they did in fact go to Stilfontein, they did in fact look at the conditions of the cells in which people were held in, the overcrowding. Is that not something COSATMA would have noticed during its exercise? And if so, what steps did it take to rectify that situation?
No, that one we did because it's part of our job. We have a report to that effect. After we went to Stilfontein and saw what was happening, that is how we intervened, and then SAPS started taking these inmates to other police stations, because when we got there, I think the Stilfontein's capacity is around 40, and there were 105 in the cells. So we had a meeting with the then station commander. That is when they started taking them to other stations. They took others to Kanana, they took others to Rooigrond, they took others to prison, and they even took others to Velkom. That was based on our intervention as a civilian secretariat to say, you cannot have people being overcrowded like this in the cells. So that one we do have to report to that effect. We can give that report to the commission. Yes.
And then my last question relates to, again, I think what we're speaking about. You've been apart from being made aware through the media and the minister's instructions to obviously go and do your probe, you see the situation that's currently happening in the cells, and you compile a report. And I just want to confirm, and because my colleague did ask this, did COSATMA then compile a full report of all its findings, all its engagements, all its activities as it relates to Stilfontein? That'll be a quick yes or no, because there's just one last question I'll statement I'll let you back.
Yes, we do have a report with regard to what we did as civilian secretariat in terms of the Stilfontein. We have that report. Because we did not only go to Stilfontein alone, we also had to now go to all these other police stations that they were to. The only place that we did not go, because it's outside the province, it's Velkom, where others were detained. But in terms of your Klerksdorp, in terms of others, your porch, we had to go there and check the capacity in the cells. But we do have a report to that effect. It's unfortunate that the report in all these police stations, there was overcrowding anyway. So that is the harsh reality of it.
The reason I bring this report of commissioners is I think that there is an area of concern that we need to be asking ourselves. If the role of COSATMA is for oversight, it's unclear to me beyond the report that was issued around the overcrowding of prisons, what role they played in then trying to post this tragedy, to advise SAPS about the correct procedures going forward. Because we can't say that, given that 93 people died, people are trapped underground, we have children, that the only report we have that definitively speaks to COSATMA's role and engagement is the one that speaks to the overcrowding. What role has COSATMA played after the tragedy? Because it's important. Because again, this is an issue that involves the police, and oversight of the police that falls into your purview. So I think my concern is that it's unclear to us, beyond just the confirmation of the overcrowded prisons, what other advice or findings were made by COSATMA to then say to SAPS, the conduct that the way you conducted yourselves during this operation falls flat in the Constitution for these reasons, because you are aware of the two court orders. There's no way the COSATMA was not aware of those two court orders because the NEC was cited. So I would like to place on record that I think we need, if that report exists, we would also love to see it, because it is important to understand what role has COSATMA played as it relates to SAPS and their conduct in operations such as VALA UMGODI. Because right now, like I said, it's very unclear to us what the interactions with the NEC and other stakeholders beyond SAPS. It seems like the only stakeholder they engaged was SAPS, which rightly so is the one you're meant to be conducting oversight of. but they weren't the only party to this investigation. And so I think that's my concern. So if not, we would like to officially request a report of all of the engagements that COSATMA has engaged in post Stilfontein that speaks to these issues, and any findings you have made around the police's conduct during the Stilfontein tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Naito. I'm now going to move over to Mr. Dlala. Okay, I'm going to change to Commissioner Maposo.
Thank you, Mr. Dlala, for allowing me this opportunity. Just so that members of the public that are watching understand your mandate, clearly just explain what you are, what you do to ordinary South Africans in a manner that they can understand, because I'm certain South Africans sitting there are shocked to hear that there is such a government organization that exists. And I think for just educational purposes, so that they're able to complain against the police for their conduct. Just explain what you do, your powers, and then we'll take it from there.
Am I allowed to speak my mother tongue? I'm joking. But when I joke around with communities as and when we educate, I normally say, I'm a podisaba nule case rabai quiz. That's how I try to explain it to them. So, like I said, maybe let me start here. There is a thin line between what we do and what IPT do. So let me explain this. When you, like I said, when you don't know what is happening with your case, you have opened a case with the police officers, you don't get any feedback, you don't know what is happening with your case, you call us, we assist, we open a case, a file for you, we go back to the police officer, we go back to the investigating officer, check what happened to your case, and then why they are not giving you feedback, and then take it from there. So that is basically what we do. So in terms of what IPT does, is the conduct of the police inside the cell. If you die inside the cell, when you are arrested, when the police have killed someone, you report that at IPT. So what we deal with is, are the police efficient enough? Are they effective enough? Are they serving the community to the best of their ability? And are they giving you feedback? That is what we do. So another thing that we do is, sometimes they will say your case is withdrawn because there is no docket. You bring that case to us, we go to that police officer, he must take that docket to court, that case must see its day in court. So basically that is what we are doing, the effectiveness and the efficiency of the police officers in terms of service delivery to the communities out there. If they are not doing that, we make them do it anyway.
Now, the legislation that gives you this power is what we refer to as the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service Act 2 of 2011. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, I'm going to use this as an educational moment. I like educating South Africans about where they can complain so that they understand the role. Now, I'm looking at your preamble, and it says, whereas every person has the right to life, the right to security of the person, which includes, amongst other things, the right to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources. Whereas the Constitution places a duty on the state to protect, promote, and respect and fulfill the fundamental rights in the Bill of Rights. And whereas the adequate protection, promotion, and fulfillment of such rights are fundamental to the well-being and social and economic development of every person. Whereas the Constitution provides for the police service to combat and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and to secure the inhabitants and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law throughout the territory of the Republic. And whereas there is a need to promote democratic accountability, transparency and openness within the police service, and to ensure cooperation between the police service and the communities it serves. And whereas, having regard to Section 208 of the Constitution, which stipulates that the civilian secretariat for the police service must be established by national legislation to function under the direction of the cabinet member responsible for policing. So this is why you have been enacted, to ensure these aspects are adhered to at police level, nationally, and we will bring it down provincially. I'm going to talk about the powers of the secretary, because I'm trying to understand when you're saying the only time you intervene in the conduct of the police is when you receive a complaint. I need to understand that part and where it comes from in terms of your own act. We're going to go into this. Speaks about now the duties and functions, section 19. It speaks about the head of the provincial secretariat is responsible for the performance of the functions of the provincial secretariat. I'm going to quickly go there. It's not essential for this key aspect. Rule 19D must monitor that national policing policies and directives issued or made by the minister are implemented by the police service in the province, and reports thereon are submitted to the head of the provincial department, MEC, and the secretariat. And you said that's what you do, is that correct?
Yes.
To the mic?
Yes.
In section D, must evaluate and review practices, methodologies, and performance of the police service in the province, submit reports thereon to the head of the provincial department, the MEC, and submit copies thereof to the secretariat. Is that correct? That is one of the functions?
Yes.
To the mic?
Yes.
In terms of Stilfontein, were you able to provide a report that evaluated and reviewed the practices of operation by UMGODI? Were you able to provide a report that evaluated the performance of the police in that aspect?
Like I said, the report that we had is the report of the... What happened here? The report that we have is the reports of the work that we did before the court cases, like the custody management. We have that report. It was submitted. The interventions that we did during that time, yes, we have those reports.
So the reports are limited to the detention aspect and not to the policy. And a policy would also include an operation that resulted in civilians being part of that process. So you're just saying in terms of the detention, that's the only report you submit, is that correct?
Yes. Remember that Operation VALA is a national competence. That is why there is a police from national, even the national commissioner, even the deputy national commissioner was there. So obviously the national office, which is the secretariat, it was also there. So our work is limited to what we did as a province, but like it's saying, in the province. So I cannot say anything to the national minister. It's unfortunate because the secretariat is there. If you go up, it's talking of the responsibilities of the secretariat, and then it goes down to the responsibilities of the head of the provincial secretariat. So what I do, or what we do, is limited to the province, but unfortunately not outside the province. I'll give you an example. There was time that the portfolio committee had a serious challenge with SAPS, and they summoned the minister. Even the national commissioner did not come because it's at the provincial level. It's unfortunate because SAPS is a national competence. So we are limited to what we do in the provinces, and the Act says we must then report to the secretary, which is the Civilian Secretariat for Police at the national level, where we submit this report on a monthly basis. It's unfortunate.
Are you then saying that in terms of what was taking place at Stilfontein, the province, they reported to the National Secretary on those activities?
Yes. The National Secretariat, the National Secretariat is aware of what happened in the province. Like I said, even the people who were heading that operation were from the National SAPS. So the National Secretariat, we send these reports to them.
Let's go down to section 23 that you speak about. 23 subsection C, discuss performance of the police service in the province in order to identify best practice, to detect failures and to recommend preventative or corrective action when necessary. After what took place at Stilfontein, did you as the provincial secretary engage in this aspect?
No.
Did you see a need to do so?
Our aim here, Commissioner, was to make sure that the miners are evacuated in a manner that is respectful and that we preserve life in terms of evacuating those members. And that is exactly what happened. We made sure that everybody that was underground came to surface. It's unfortunate that in the process there were people who came underground already deceased. But ours here was to make sure that people come underground in a respectful manner, and that everybody was alive as and when the process was conducted. So that has been done.
Now, the provision says to discuss the performance of the police in the province, to identify best practice, to detect failures, and to recommend preventative or corrective action when necessary. My question was, after what occurred in Stilfontein, did you as the provincial secretariat draft a report based on this provision of the Act to ensure that what happened at Stilfontein never occurs again? It's not unfortunate that people died. 78 people died. So let's put on record, people died, and I'm not seeing any urgency, any corrective action that is coming from your department. You keep saying oversight, so broad that we're not able to understand what your mandate is as the Secretariat.
No, we did not identify the best practices. We did not recommend any preventative and corrective actions, because at that particular time, what we did is to make sure that people come out of they resurface to the ground. So that is what we did, make sure that people resurfaced. That is the corrective measure that we did in making sure that the people are alive.
In terms of Section 32 of the Act, cooperation with the South African Police Service, it says the members must provide their full cooperation to the Civilian Secretariat and where so required to the Provincial Secretariat, including but not limited to A, assisting the Civilian Secretariat with necessary information and records in a manner prescribed to perform its monitoring function in relation to the oversight of the police service in terms of the Act. Now the second part speaks about domestic violence. You stated that the only time the Provincial Secretariat went down is when you were invited. The Act does not say you must be invited. It says they must cooperate with you to ensure the preamble of the Act, which speaks about your mandate, is adhered to. Now, based on that, do you not think that you have failed provincially to adhere to your own mandate and your preamble?
No, ma'am, we did not fail. And I never said we were invited. I said, as and when we saw what was happening in the news, we went down to Stelfontein. I never said we were invited.
You said you were not permitted to access an active case, and the only people at some point that were invited to the shaft were one community members, and as and when the police invited you, that's when you went down. Now, in terms of the act, where does it say you must be invited by SAPS?
Ma'am, the act is saying this, ma'am, but in all honesty, when the scene is active, nobody is allowed, unless you want to tamper with what is happening there. So basically what we do is we wait for the police to do what they have to do, and then that is when we go in. So we never, let's say if somebody dies now and they barricade, even as we cannot stand here, we have to wait until the scene is closed up. That is when we can move in. So we are not allowed to tamper with the work of the police. I can give you an example. The other day we were told that if somebody, a police officer is busy with the docket, is busy opening up a docket, even the national commissioner cannot come and do anything in that docket until the police are done with whatever they are doing. And sometimes you are not even allowed a docket, you are only allowed a copy of the docket, because anything can happen if you have that docket. So unless we are invited to the scene, an active scene, you cannot just barge in lest you want to tamper with the evidence. Tomorrow you go to court and then they are saying that civilian secretariat was there, we don't know what happened to this evidence. Then it will be me who's supposed to be answering of what happened in that scene. So we much as the Act is saying this, but in practice you cannot interfere in an active scene. It's not happening that way.
I understand that, but do you understand the difference between oversight of an area and interference? Can someone please help her with perhaps giving her a new mic? Or is she audible online? Okay, she's audible online, that's fine. Let's move away from that. Now, in your presentation, you stated that the MEC convened meetings. How regular were these meetings? Who was invited to these meetings?
The meetings were weekly, and like I said, it was SAPS, it was community members, it was I think the taxi operators at some stage they were invited, the municipality, the mayor was invited, who else? But yeah, majority of the stakeholders were invited, were always being invited in these meetings.
Through you, Chairman, we request that those minutes and attendance registers be submitted to the Commission. In terms of liaison with, after you received the court order, or after the MEC was served, did the MEC or the provincial secretary at any point liaison with Lawyers for Human Rights regarding whether or not there was adherence to the court order by the South African Police Service?
Repeat that, ma'am.
Your mic, please. After the court order, did the MEC or alternatively the provincial secretariat communicate with Lawyers for Human Rights regarding whether or not the South African Police Service were actually implementing the court order?
No, ma'am.
I find it odd that the only stakeholder you liaison with is the South African Police Service, and therefore you received a one-sided analysis of the situation. Now, in terms of the last question, so that I can allow my colleagues an opportunity to have their own questions, it did not concern you that whilst you were on the ground, the only time you became aware of what was happening in Stilfontein was through the media. I mean, I find it odd that you're living in the province, you're conducting custody reports, which then would indicate there's an increase in persons being detained. But you not want to ascertain the source of where these people are coming from, and once you ascertained it, did you not want to say to the South African Police Service, in terms of the policy, is it best practice? Because our role is to ensure that these policies are best practice in terms of our own act.
Ma'am, I said when we got to Stilfontein, the first time that we went to Stilfontein, we did custody management, right? And then that is when we realized that there was a overcrowding in the cells. And then we also saw a media statement, right? Mm-hmm. What I said is, the only time that we became aware that there was a cut of food or less supply of food, it was when we got the court papers. In terms of what was happening with regard to custody management and everything, yes, we were aware. But like I'm saying, the bone of contention here, what made us to end up here is because the SAPS cut the food, not because there was illegal activities. When there is illegal activities and people are not cut food and water, we would not be here, and the people will still be arrested. So yes, we went to check, and then what we did is made sure that the police now take these inmates to other police stations, because now there was overcrowding. So that is what we did as a civilian secretariat.
Last question, in terms of your act, where does it say the only time you play an oversight role in terms of the conduct of the police is when you receive a complaint from a member of the public and not on your own accord?
Ma'am, repeat.
In terms of, if I'm looking at the act, where does it say that the only time the civilian secretariat will be involved or adhere to their mandate for oversight is only when they receive a complaint? In terms of the act, which provision?
Ma'am, maybe let me explain again. What we do is monitor police stations every month, every quarter. We do monitor police stations. But when it comes to complaints against the police, it's when you come and complain. So if there is no complaints against the police, how will I know that you are complaining? Because what we do is we do go and we monitor. That is where we find what is happening in the police station. We have announced and unannounced visits to police stations. We check these police stations. We check what these people are doing at police stations. But if there is no complaints against the police, I can go to a police station and start writing a report on how badly a police station is, and how bad is the custody management, and how there is no water supply to the police station or to the cells or whatever. Those reports we have, I have plenty of that. But when it comes to the complaints against the police, somebody must lay a complaint for me to be able to investigate that complaint. It's unfortunate that I cannot just go to you and say, do you have a complaint against the police? You must come to me and lay a complaint, and that is when I'll be able to investigate that police. And unfortunately, it's not anywhere in the act. But if you come to me complaining about the police, I will then go and investigate. But we do have reports every month of all the 86 police stations that I have, of what we do on a monthly basis in terms of the police stations, in terms of the Domestic Violence Act.
So you're saying that in terms of your act, there is no provision that speaks about how to lay a complaint regarding the conduct of the police. Is it in terms of a regulation or policy, and if so, please share it with the Commission?
Will do, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Dada. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What was your observation of the conduct of the police in State Housing holistic?
Conduct of police, like their conduct at that particular time, what they were doing. They were guarding the shafts, right? And then as and when the people were coming out, they were busy processing them. But what I know is they would go through the department of, there was a mobile clinic, they will go through the Department of Health, and then they will go inside the police station to be processed.
Thank you. So, your role or your oversight role, as you put it through the inquiry, was to ensure that people are rescued in an orderly manner or in a manner that is fit for a human being. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Who are you expecting to rescue the people?
The dedicated mining rescue team. Remember that we had to get professionals who has done the job before. That is why we got the mining rescue team on board. We liaised with the Department of Mineral Resources, and then also the mining companies that are around Stelfontein, Klerksdorp, and then that is how we got the mining rescue team. We could not do it ourselves. Even the police could not do it.
Are you aware of the community rescue mission that began before the specialists or the experts came in?
Yes, when we got to Stelfontein, we were told that the communities were rescuing people underneath, but it was very dangerous. So we went there, we really saw it was ropes everywhere, and that is how then the NEC said we need to get professionals, because it was very risky. Like I said, they told us that from the opening to the ground of the shaft, it was around 2 kilos. So for a person to go through that with a rope, anything could happen between the opening and the ground of the shaft. So it was very dangerous.
Makua made a submission to the inquiry and stated that according to them, the police stored the rescue just so that people could suffer underground. What is your take on that?
I don't know. It's the first time that I'm hearing that with you, so I would not know what to say. I would not agree or disagree with that.
Are you aware of how many weeks it took for this specialist rescue team to come on board whilst the community rescue mission was retrieving bodies?
All I know is after the MEC was appointed as the chairperson of this team, we started with the meetings with the rescue team, and then we had to source the funds to pay them, and then that is when the work started. But as soon as the work started, these people were taken out. So what happened before the MEC came in? I would not know what happened.
Commissioner, I just want us to pay attention to the sequence of events. The task team was established on the 15th of November. The rescue only began around January. What was happening in between? Because there were weekly meetings with the task team.
Like I said, we had to source funds. Remember that the department did not have money for this operation. So we still had to source funds, liaise with the Department of Mineral Resources to get funds for us to be able to do this work. So the monies that are here, the department did not have. So it's money that had to be sourced from the national department. So that is basically what happened.
So the operation was paid for by the Department of Mineral Resources. Is that what you are telling me?
Yes.
Commissioners, I think when the DMRE or the DMPR was before the inquiry, I think it's on record, if I am not mistaken, that it was the mining company that paid for the rescue. I speak under correction.
For something that they paid for it using their own funds. So we're not told who's paying.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Gaga, you're right. That was the submissions that were made by DMPR. So I think what becomes important is how much was spent. And maybe we need to also get that information so that we can understand, because from the Department of Minerals, they were the ones who paid. So what was this department paying for?
You mean Department of Community Safety?
Yes.
We do.
In some sense that they paid, so it looks like there's a lot of money that went into this. But the question is, who paid for that?
No, the Department of Community Safety and Transport Management did not pay. We did not have that money. That is why the ministers, even Minister Mantashe was brought on board, because we did not have this money. So from our department, we did not have that money.
So you sourced funds for that?
The mining rescue team, they then said, this estimates, I think there's that report somewhere right after. Yes. This is, if we do this, this is how much we're going to need. If we do this, this is how much we're going to need. That is where we extracted this. So now we had to start consultation with other departments, especially DMR, to say, we do not have this money. We are not responsible for rehabilitating the mines. So you need to come on board and assist us. It's just that I forgot the name of the guy from DMR who was attending these meetings with us. So the Department of Community Safety did not pay for this operation, but it was paid by another department, a national department for that matter.
I was confused on what you said. You said you had to source funds. Did you source funds or did you not? Especially because when you look at your presentation, it talks about the estimated cost of about 6.890549 million.
Maybe I used the wrong word to source funds, but what happened is after we met with the mining rescue teams, right? They said if we do this, this is how much we are going to need, if you understand. So the MEC as the chairperson of this task team now had to go back to the minister. I remember the minister came back and said, this is what the mining rescue team is saying, right? So now we as the department, we don't have this kind of money. Now there was engagement with other departments. Like I said, that is where DMRE came, that is where the Minister of Mineral Resources came on board to say, we as a department, we don't have this money, but these people must then be rescued. So that is how then they said they had some sort of rehabilitation, whatever money somewhere, that is where they will get this money to rescue these people. So we had to wait for that process of getting this, so the money that was not paid into the department for that matter. It was paid to the mining rescue teams to do what is expected of them for these people to come out of the ground. So maybe I did not put it properly when I said to source funds, but maybe to lead the negotiations into getting the funds from the relevant department to rescue these people, because as the department, 6 million is almost all our budget, so we could not have had that money. But what we put in the presentation is what was presented to us by the mining rescue team. We have that report. We can provide that report to the commission.
How much time? Okay. I'm not sure how much time we still have. We do have 10 minutes, so that's good. Would you say that, oh yes, Mr. Vice, are you done? Are you done? 10 minutes. Would you say that as the department of COSATMA, you understand your role insofar as these issues are concerned?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But Commissioner Natasha had to take you through the Act in order to elicit the set of rules. From your side, all I could hear was that we do have an oversight role, and we do not get involved, we do not interfere, we do not go into the active scene. In fact, we wait for a complaint. That's what you kept saying. And you were then asked, is it in the Act? You could not show us in the Act if same is provided for. You were then asked, is there a regulation? You said same will be submitted. In the regulation that you are now saying you're going to submit, does it specifically state what is it that you are expected to do in the event the complaints don't come to the fore?
Commissioner, like I said, we have work that we do on a day-to-day as a department in terms of the police station monitoring, in terms of the implementation of the national monitoring tools, in terms of the
very limited time, so I want us to use it effectively. And I want you to go straight to the answer. If you know, you know. If you don't, say exactly that. It doesn't help to start rehashing what you have already stated. For one, what you know telling us these things that you have already said. The fact that you've got a tool, and I'll still trying to go there, that is if I have time. But for now, I want to know in the regulation, that is if, as an officer responsible for community safety, you understand that there's a regulation and it depicts that which you have said, that it does state categorically that you are expected to take it upon yourself in the event the complaints do not come to the fore. Is that there in the regulation, or there's nothing like that? I can tell you that South African Human Rights Commission, we do have that. We are able to open an own accord complaint. We don't have to wait for people to come to us.
Okay, I understand. No, we don't have, Commissioner.
Is it now? Is it that? I wish you could just have this thing on throughout. Is it that now you remember that it's not there? Or you think it's not there? Or you're not sure?
Like I said, Commissioner, in terms of complaints management, we must have a complaint in order for us to open a file. So if there is no complaint, in terms of other work that the Civilian Secretariat does, yes, we can do that on our own accord. But in terms of the complaints against the police, it's something that a complainant must come to us in order for us to be able to investigate.
Then one will have to go into the issues regarding Stamford. It was in the media domain to say people are dying underground. And here's the department that has got an oversight role over what SAPS does. SAPS says, UMGODI, no food must go down, or limit the food that does go down. And any supplies, you are there to oversee that no lives are lost. That you even said that people are suffering to the ground safely, but it does not look like you took on that role. As at the time these things were happening, you allowed violation of human rights to occur despite that you were empowered by the act that guides you as a department. Is it an issue of not understanding your so-called oversight role? Or is it just an issue of being complacent when issues of human rights prevail?
None of the two, Commissioner. I think maybe at that particular time, our main focus was on making sure that the people are resurfaced and overlooked some of these issues.
Because we've got limited time. I'm just going to look at the different reports that you're going to have to submit. But most importantly, what was canvassed with you by Mr. VALA, around the time frames, because I got confused at a certain point. It would seem that you are already talking of court orders, but there's also something else that we have done, and that is not just coming out clearly. So if you can just, in the submissions that are going to be made, if you can be clear on the dates as to when the department came to know that they are supposed to act in this instance. And one has regard to the fact that the minister had already appointed the MEC to be the chairperson, but as of the date that we went to that meeting, those that were there were saying nothing has come out of it. And I can't remember the date, Mr. Conde.
I'm not sure of the date, but the main complaint was certain quarters of the community are being excluded, which were included, because it was during the second visit where we were specifically invited. Certain quarters were being excluded, and another complaint was to the fact that the meetings were not sitting regularly. And those are the issues that I'm not sure is one of the date, but I think it might be post the 15th.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kwale, for that. So if you can just talk to the moment that he was appointed as the chairperson of the task team and move along so that you can show this intervention, because from where I'm sitting, I do not hear you testify about the interventions that the NEC did in order to ensure that SAPS does not violate human rights. Colleagues, please do remind me if there's anything I'm going to miss, but you were confronted about slide number 7 and the issues around the minutes, and you then said that you were going to make sure that the same is also provided with regard to the minutes centering around the engagement with SAPS. So that would be the first one. The second one, it is about this information tool that you keep referring to. If that can be made available, just as a tool first. Secondly, when this tool was being used to solicit information regarding detention or any other related issues of Stilfontein.
Commissioner, let me assist. I took some minutes, so I'm just going to check. It is the 29th of November.
Thank you so much. So the date is the 29th of November. That was when he was appointed.
No, the appointment was on the 15th. The second visit, which we were invited, it was the 29th of November. So it was almost 14, 15 days.
Thank you. All right. So if indeed there were meetings, because as we have said, some of the members of the committee and the committee leaders were saying meetings are just not taking place. If indeed there were meetings, then the minutes are required to be please submitted. And also the report that accompanies that information tool and what it was being used for, because when you spoke about it, it was about the cells. And that is the other thing, is that the people only resurfaced in January. But you were already talking about the tool in November, so there was a bit of confusion there, but I'm sure you'll be able to articulate it properly in the next 5 days. The third thing is the pictures that were taken of the food that you say you also saw. One would expect that you would have also made sure that you gather your own evidence, because right now you are speaking with authority to say food was lowered into the shaft. So we want you to then prove that indeed there was such use. You also alluded to the fact that letters were being sent in and out. Wanted to keep any copies, because what you have also told us was that you were there. So again, one would expect as that oversight body that would have ensured that you gather the evidence so that as at the time that you engage around it, you are able to speak to it properly. You also informed us that you've confronted SAPS on the issues. Was this in a meeting and then one would expect minutes, or what was it, whether you did a report, whichever, but let's see that as proof that indeed same was provided. And you remember that the confrontation was also centering around the court order. So we have to look into that to see if indeed it is true. Okay, still the report around SARS. You also recall that you made questions around page 125, the non-responsive of the MEC, if that can also just be submitted to clarify that if indeed it is true. Because even at the engagement with the Minister here, that's what the members of the committee and the committee leaders were saying. You also informed us that you might have, you're not certain, filed a notice to abide because you're not sure and you don't know exactly what is it that you've done regarding being heard that you were served as a party in this proceedings. If you can also speak to that so that we know whether indeed you played that oversight role as the department. You also then informed us that you became aware of the overcrowding, and it was because of your interventions that people were moved to different police stations. You mentioned Kalama, Rokron, Poch, and so forth. So we want to see what does that look like, especially because we are aware that there are more than 400 inmates in that police station. And you are talking about the capacity of 40. And you said in each cell was about 105. So we want you to please then show exactly how many inmates were kept and the interventions that you say you have done. You also informed us that you have made findings. You have been requested once more to then please submit the report where all your findings have been alluded to. I think the engagements we've already mentioned, so any engagements that we have done as a department, it would be important to show that indeed so was done. You also informed us that it would have been your role to provide a report on the effectiveness of UMGODI. So I suppose that report also exists if you can make sure that service provided running against time. You've also been requested to provide an attendance register for meetings that were held wherein you were looking into issues around your oversight. Can you confirm if these are all be reports that we want the department to submit, or is there anything else? Of course, don't forget the issues around the sourcing of funding, and maybe just clarify that money never exchange hands. It's important. 6 million, as you said, covers the entire department. So it would be important to make sure that we are able to tell the South Africans that at least that money was safe, and if it was used, at least one department sourced it and it has been used properly. Colleagues, may I start with you, Mr. Mbisa? Anything from your side?
Chair, I think what is important is that report should indicate that SAPS was confronted in relation to the fact that there were human rights violations and nothing really happened to that, and that is very important for this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, especially because that's our mandate, that we look into the violation of human rights and the culture thereof. Advocate Nato.
Another thing, Commissioner, just to add though, based on what Mr. Modise just said now, I would also be quite interested to see what the engagement or the response from SAPS was. Now that you're saying there's an alleged human rights violation, we see these court orders. I want to see what the interaction was between the state entities, because we need to understand whether or not someone needs to be held accountable for not then following a recommendation that they should have followed from an oversight body in the event that the story that you are giving to the Commission is in fact the correct one. But nothing from me beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Nato. May I move over to you, Commissioner Bakasha?
Thank you, Chair. I had, in terms of our interaction, she did say that she could submit the regulation, but I was able to obtain the regulation, so they don't have to submit that. But I think there was, I'm just going to quickly look at my notes I had picked up because and a quick interview. The comprehensive assessment that they spoke about in the presentation, what it entails, so I think if they made a submission of the comprehensive assessment, that would assist us. I don't know if you asked for the notice of intention to abide, and when was it filed so that we have it on record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vega.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have much, but I just, from the submission, my worry was that they understood or they saw that there was food that was taken down. How much food was it? What type of food was it? You know, whose mandate was it to take the food down? Because there was no knowledge, did not come out clear from the presentation. Even the presentation before by SAPS, that they did not know how many people were underground, yet they were controlling how and how much food was going to be taken down. And then it goes back to the human rights issue that people are deprived of food and water. And the human rights LHR did mention that there's approximately about 2 to 3 months of people down there without food. So for us to hear that food was taken down, it does not hit the surface because it's only highlighting that there was food. But how much food was taken down, that does not come out clear. Hopefully in the presentation it will come out clear, like you've asked for evidence. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lapa. And maybe the last question to you is withholding the right to food, which is enshrined in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution of South Africa. And of course, other protocols, international instruments that we have ratified as a country. To you, is that not a violation of human rights?
It is, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of our engagement, and once more, thank you so much for availing yourself to testify on behalf of the NEC. Despite the challenges that you have, we do give you a period of 5 days from today to please submit these reports. We understand that these reports exist, so these are not reports that are still going to be, made. So they are there. So it's just a question of transmitting them to the acting head of legal. So please do so within a period of 5 days, and you are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we have come to the end of our engagement this afternoon. We do start again tomorrow at 9. Instead of 8. Instead of 8:30. Let 8:30 be 8:30 in the two sense of the word. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you for being able.
Can we stress the fact that we need to come early because admission might be different,
yes.
Or we need to be on time so that we can avoid running.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow we are going to have ministers in our building, so the protocol might not be the same as today. There might be a lot of searching and so forth. So just make sure that you come early and have your IDs with you so that you can be verified properly. And please do not bring any guns, don't bring any sharp objects, nothing sharp, no fire, no knives, nothing that is just that might put us in a difficult position. So thank you for being a wonderful audience. But tomorrow, please be more quieter than you were earlier in the morning. Thank you so much. We are excused.
Thanks, Commissioner. Can we bring food?
That's the food.
I got like a school bag FM.
I'm away.
Yeah, but I think tomorrow, in theory, it should be the same as today, media Thank you. I'm leaving now.
Why is it? Check all the evidence you have.
No, I need to quickly go stop and pick up that other switch.
I see.
So I must quickly go past the apartment.
And then there's another. Look, if today's advantage. Yeah.